Ahoy, landlubbers, it's me, your Captain Vasco speaking, and welcome to Nirvana Initiative! Yay! As I said in my tweet when I went live today, I don't really know how to begin recapping where we've been at, but let me just state up front that it is Saturday, September 3rd, 2022, and I'm gonna try to finish this game today. Now, there's gonna be a limit to what that means, because I got stuff to do tomorrow. But last night we went for 4 hours, and if we go for another 4 hours, it's not gonna break the bank. If we end up going to like 6 hours, it's gonna be a point along that road where it's gonna become a problem for old Captain Vasco. Yeah, so yesterday, we started from the point in the timeline that seemed to be like immediately after the confrontation with Terror, which we thought was like the furthest point in history, and for some reason all of a sudden the game takes you out of diegesis? What's the name for like being in the story? I guess it's something along those lines. Anyway, we go outside of the realm of the story and we're like in Mama's metaphysical bar, and she's like, "Hello, I am the Ghosts. I'm here to tell you the plot twist of the game, because it's so convoluted that there's no in-game way to explain it to you. I have to come here as Deus Ex Mama and tell you the twist of the game. And buckle up, because the next, like, 2 hours of gameplay are just gonna be characters telling you exposition to try and make the twist make sense because of all the plot holes." Cool. And there are just a lot of plot holes, and some of the game tries to explain, and some of the game tries to make worse. For some reason, there's like a point where like we went somewhere and it's for some reason the game's like, "Oh, and by the way, like, in order for the timeline to make sense, Kizuna and Lien were standing off camera and you just didn't know that they were there. And also there were probably several times where we were talking about Lien and Kizuna that like she just wasn't in a wheelchair, but like we made sure that you couldn't see her because that would make it obvious that like the things that happen." So like here's the thing, is like the big twist, and I'll use my visual aid, everyone's favorite. Load up, please. I sure hope nothing breaks and we don't lose power or anything. So, yeah, I think I even have a button for this. So, like, switch flowchart. We were playing the game like this. 6 years ago, we did the entire investigation as Ryuki. Then we went back to the starting point of the game, which definitely isn't February 10th, despite what the game wants you to believe. And then we went back to the present, and, you know, 6 years after those events, we investigated the murder of Terror. However, switch flowchart again. Mama comes to us with the spirits of exposition and tells us that, in fact, every time the day changed, after day 1, you were switching perspectives of the character, but remaining in timeline. So, basically what this means is we played day 1 as Ryuki, then we played day 2 as Mizuki, then 3 as Ryuki again, 4 as Ryuki, or no, 4 as Mizuki, and so on. The names are alarmingly similar. Ditto asks, did we ever use Dahlia Boat for anything? Yes, we used it to be able to play the game as Mizuki. You're required to enter Dahlia Boat in the first Somnium in order to unlock the ability to actually play in the air quotes present. Yeah, investigation used very generously, as Kurtwich points out, both in this game and in the previous Somnium Files game. It is a staple of those games that the story presents you with a really interesting case to investigate, but then, ultimately, doesn't investigate that case at all, has you goof around with your pals at stupid locations, and then ultimately whoopsie your way into, air quotes, solving the case. Oh, you mean did the characters ever use the name Dahlia Boat? No, because it's not useful information. It's also not Terror's name. It's literally not Terror's name. Terror's name is Uru Somizuki. which we did confirm yesterday during the course of all the madness, because there was some confusion with all the face-offing, because, like, both Jin Fudore and Uru Somizuki kind of had the same face at a certain point, but also not. But look, long story short, we spent an awful lot of yesterday's stream both with characters just delivering, like, raw exposition to explain something that, like, wouldn't have been confusing if the game wasn't deliberately trying to mislead us about it. And then, like, ultimately, we had, like, and you're gonna be skeptical of me when I say this if somehow you're not current on everything going on, but after that, we had a big info dump, separate from the thing I just described. All the characters got together and learned that there have been 2 copies of the Nizet Laz Cathedral all along, which is just another really stupid plot hole, because why would you need that? Why would you need 2 almost identical cathedrals? And the only functional difference between them is that one had a secondary elevator entrance, and the other one had a box which sprays you with TC-PERGE. Why would you need 2 cathedrals for that? They're not omniscient, they just believe this is a simulation. It doesn't make any sense. None of this makes any sense. But so we did that, and all the characters got together, and they recounted all of the things that we've, air quotes, investigated from both 6 years ago and now, even though some of them were swapped from where the game told us they were. Not even from, like, where we thought they were, but from where, like, the game told us they were. And, like, let's not go down the rabbit hole of, like, some of these transitions which make, like, just absolutely no sense. My favorite of which is that, like, Mizuki goes into an underground dungeon, learns nothing, and then 6 years ago, at the same date and time of that year, like, other Mizuki happens to go into the same underground place and learn something relevant. Like, what a mind-boggling coincidence that is. So we're not gonna do that. I spent a lot of time yesterday trying to figure those things out. If the game proposes something that feels like nonsense, we'll probably take another look at the timeline, but we're just gonna accept that the game is wrong and flawed, and we're in the zero time dilemma side of the spectrum of what a visual novel can be, which is, instead of being a story with an interesting twist, we are a story that thinks it's very clever and must tell the player in excruciating detail how clever we are for having created the game. But once we had that info dump and shared all the information from everywhere, everything everywhere all at once, we had another sync with Amame Doi, the mermaid. And I think that's the only time in this game that we repeat a character other than finding a separate branch, which is interesting, because I think there were like 3 Iris Somniums in the last game. And within that Somnium, we had one of the more interesting Somnium experiences, which is that Amame, who's been, like, stressed and, like, freaked out this whole game, suddenly we pry real deep into her subconscious, and we learn that not only is it the case that she had to cover up for her father's misdeed of stealing one of the half-bodies from its proper place of display, and thus hide it in Gen's freezer and all those shenanigans, but she's also killed Uru Somizuki. She killed Terror because he was the one responsible for her father's death. And I'm struggling a bit with this, and let me try to explain this, because this is the thing I was closest to, like, articulating from my feelings after yesterday's stream, which is this. Ryuki, I've said, is, like, one of my favorite characters in this game, but there's a certain point in the game, and it's not a subtle point, because it's the point where you start playing as Mizuki, where all of a sudden his character just kind of seems, like, cartoonishly, like, Joker insane. And, like, not interesting, like, struggling with a mental illness because his brother died and his job is in jeopardy and all of that. And then, like, ultimately we learned that he betrayed everyone by, like, helping Terror. And I am a real sucker for a sympathetic villain. A villain who's, like, backstory we learn and we understand why they do what they do, and even if they're not right, you get it and you relate to it. Like that, I love that crap. That's why I watched Once Upon a Time for way too many seasons, because that's the one thing that show does well. Also, season finales. Very good at season finales, terrible at season premieres. But so, like, you know, I've been kind of struggling. I haven't talked a lot about it, I don't think, but, like, it bothered me a lot how the game was handling Ryuki once that came to be the case. And I still think that's true, and I don't think that he passes that test. He's not a sympathetic villain, he's an unsympathetic hero. Or, like, maybe anti-hero? I've always been a little bit confused as to precisely the definition of anti-hero. But the thing is this, is that he is a detective who believes very profoundly in the concept of justice to almost a cartoonish degree. It's the main thing that he defines himself by, and the game doesn't really do a great job of justifying his heel turn into a villain. I know that some people in chat want to be like, but he was protecting Tama. Terror set up some, like, ridiculously specific scenario in which he was threatening to destroy Tama, and somehow that alone was enough for Ryuki to sacrifice everything that was important to him. And I struggle with that, because, like, it's literally everything about him is being half-might, is being the guy who's the hero and will save the day, and he has to solve the case and be the perfect detective. So, like, it's just hard for me to believe, at the very least, it's hard for me to believe it's that easy. Because we don't really get an indication that it's a difficult choice for him. He just does it, and he apparently exacerbates Tuxedo Mask's heart condition, and ruins her life even more than it already was. Oh yeah, by the way, Tuxedo Mask is basically just also Mizuki, and, like, we've done a terrible job of explaining that, or why that shouldn't be a really maddening thing that's occurred. But all of that's true. But so, like, I at this point, I'm still kind of frustrated with how we've handled Ryuki. I think Ryuki is an interesting character that, even if he goes on to betray the team, could be an interesting villain, or just complicated character, perhaps. But, like, the time twist only makes it even dumber, because it suggests that some of Ryuki's investigation happened in the present, which means that, like, after doing some, like, super bad guy stuff that, like, Boss's daughter personally knows about and holds a grudge against him for, like, not only is he, like, not fired, but, like, he's not in jail? Like, none of that makes sense to me. It's a real struggle to comprehend some of these ill-defined twists. But, in contrast to that, we do the deep dive on Amame. We go further than we did with Ryuki Somnium, where we sort of scratched the surface of what she was hiding. And we use that information, along with other things that we were able to probe now that we had access to some of those secrets, to figure out precisely what happened. And, you know, essentially, she blamed herself for her father getting in such a deep, dark situation of despair. And then he tries to get himself out of the situation, of his own making, mind you, by, you know, finding something important to Terror, which is Jin Fudore's left half, which was, you know, one of the most important things to Terror, really. So he stole that and angered Terror, and anger cut him in half and did all the Terror things. And, you know, ultimately, that led Amame to seek justice and to kill Uruso Mizuki. And Chokiko found out about that and then tried to blackmail her to, like, do some things to set up for the Nirvana Initiative. Which is confusing in and of itself, because at that point, part of her plan was to kill herself. So, like, I don't know how she's gonna continue to blackmail her. But whatever. But one thing I'm gonna state as, like, a really hard opinion of mine that may or may not be shared by anyone in chat is this. Going into Amame's Somnium, I was concerned that she had been responsible for both Tokiko's death and Uru's death, and that would have been hard for me to reconcile in a similar way that is difficult for me to reconcile what Ryuki did. But we find out that she killed Uru, which makes a lot of sense to me because he killed her father, and like that is, you know, like a real important thing to her, is her family. And so, like, I get that. I can understand that. I understand that motivation, and I find her to be a sympathetic villain. And Tokiko ultimately killed herself as part of her, you know, 3D chess Xanatos Gambit plan. And so, like, with all of this confirmed, it's like, okay, respect and appreciate Amame as a character despite having done some really dark crap that made everyone's life more difficult. And we pick up from there. We'll be resuming from right after that Somnium, and probably a whole bunch more exposition, and then maybe the null number, and I don't know, Mambo number 5. Anime says, remember Boss's daughter was told not to tell anyone, or she would send a ton of assassins after Kizuna and Mizuki, and probably it took her 6 years to defuse that situation. Look, I will not allow anyone to give Boss credit for anything. Boss is a terrible character. Yes, that was a Gargoyles reference. Boss is just an Ryuki fails to be a sympathetic villain. Amame succeeds at being a sympathetic villain. Boss fails to be a good character. Boss's character in both Somnium Files 1 and 2 is just like the juncture of several plot holes. Like, Boss's existence is merely to explain away, like, plot contrivances. She's not even a character at this point. It's a lot. There's a lot going on in this game. Also, hi to Sarah. Hello. Let's pick up the game. Don't forget that if you're here now, live, there's still time to vote as to whether I will go insane playing this final, hopefully final segment of the game. And it's a real big gamble, because I'd be honest that I'd put my money on yes, but if you bet no and we somehow make it to the end of the stream, with me only being upset and not actually, like, completely raging out of my mind, you could make a good haul off that. Those are some good channel points. Asks, if we were putting this on an alignment chart, is Taxi Man true neutral? I think that's fair to say. He only, like, states facts as a witness in the first game, and he's simply a messenger with no motive in the second game in his, like, most significant appearances. Like, that's probably fair. No, I don't need to use the flowchart for this. I'm already here. I can't not go. I'm already here. Where to even start? You know what? Throughout this game, I've tried to start as many conversations as possible by doing the dumbest option available to me. And while this strains that definition slightly, let's begin by talking to Pewter, someone who's barely appeared in this game and has almost no bearing on any events, past, present, or future.
Amame's brainwaves are normal.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with her.
That's all. Okay, that's all you got for me, huh? How about you, Tuxedo Mask, who I refuse to call by the stupid nickname?
Don't worry about me.
Okay. Don't worry. I won't. Hey, Date!
Talk to Amame.
But I want to talk to literally everyone else first.
I know Amame is your friend.
Uh-huh.
I understand that it's hard to interrogate her, but it's an important part of your job.
Hey, has anyone in this universe heard of a conflict of interest, like, at all? Sometimes one's proximity in an emotional sense to a suspect or a culprit makes them a poor choice to interrogate or investigate someone.
You need to learn to set aside your emotions.
That's not police. Period. Alright, hey mommy, what up? This question on the right I would like to know very much. I will ask that last, though, out of concern for the game randomly skipping dialogue options. Yeah, right? Like, boss doesn't get to like, explain my job description to me, despite the fact that she's my boss, because she just changes it every 2 hours. Why was Uru's left half at the stadium?
I carried it. I borrowed the robot Shoma made, the one with one wheel. Tokiko ordered me to do it, and that's why I sent you the message on Nile, Mizuki. Because Tokiko told me to. I sent the message from the phone she gave me.
What about Uru's right half on the ritual platform at the cathedral?
I didn't move the body. It was Tokiko.
That makes sense, because, you know, she wants the Freyr to have the information necessary to, like, break open the simulation, and she put the important files in that same place. So she just put all the information, other than the null number that the Freyr needs, all in one place, all in a rocket can.
I don't know why she did that. I'm guessing she wanted to hide the right half of the body for some reason.
What does all this mean?
Listen, you're not gonna... I need everyone to know that we're not gonna get a satisfying explanation to questions like this. You can't ask broad questions like, what does all this mean, and expect a good answer.
Tokiko forced Amame to send the message, so it would be Mizuki who found Uru's left half.
It's not really clear why that would be necessary, but sure, video game reasons.
And for an unknown reason, she hid the right half.
I don't get it.
Alright, more questions. Why did you meet with Uru?
5 days ago, on February 10th, I got a call from Uru, telling me he wanted to meet me at Horodori Institute. He called himself Terror.
I believe you mean Hora Inst Undiga. Do you think he made the phone call with the mask on?
6 years ago, I met Terror at Studio de Vita, so I knew it was him.
Terror was the one who killed your father, Yonaharu Enda.
So, you met him with the intention of killing him?
Well, that explains why you didn't talk to the police.
I don't know. I don't know what got into me.
I mean, I feel like it's pretty clear what got into you. Dude killed your dad. Do we need further? I rest my case?
I knew I hated him, but I don't think I wanted to kill him.
Well, maybe you didn't at the time, but clearly
I
have.
wanted to hear what he had to say.
Let's ask the Togiko thing. I assume the Uru thing's important enough it won't skip on me.
Don't know. She didn't tell me. On February 10th, I knocked out Uru and put him on the slicing machine. After the machine stopped, I sensed someone behind me. Tokiko was standing there.
Look, spider sense isn't super helpful when it tells you that a bad thing already happened. That's not how that's supposed to work.
I saw everything. Shall we make a deal? I will give you some commands, and you will follow them. If you don't do as I say, I'm sure you know where this is going.
Small claims court.
The first order was to move the right half of the body, Tokiko's body. It was on the night of the 12th that I moved her. I went to the basement of Horodori Institute and found Tokiko's body there. She specified that I move the body to the president's office.
She did specify that, which is weird because it's her own office, and we were led to believe that when she gave her those instructions, they were standing in that room. It seems like you would just say, bring it here.
She told me, put the right half of the body on the desk.
You could literally just point based on the conversation they showed us.
And about how to get inside the room. She gave me the master key to the staircase as well. And how to use the hidden elevator up to the office.
I don't know what music I think would be appropriate for this discussion, I don't think it's just straight up sad piano. Oh good, we'll ask her why she followed orders after Tokiko was dead, because that's a good question. But let's go back to Uru.
I think he wanted to brag about his plan.
That does sound like Uru.
He had a smug look on his face when he was explaining it to me.
That does sound like Uru.
The Nirvana Initiative? But why you, Mame?
Mizuki, do you remember Uru's diary?
Wasn't this also, explained in the Somnium? Like, didn't he literally say out loud, like, "You're the woman of my destiny"? Like, we don't need that explained a second time, do we? Does anyone need that explained a second time? Does anyone need a flashback of the entire conversation that we had yesterday? February 13th, I met the person of my destiny.
On that day, at the west door of Studio Devaita, Uru cornered Amame. They were face to face, close enough to touch. It is possible that...
Uru fixated on Amame.
Why did you follow orders after she was dead?
I've documented what you did and gave it to one of my most trusted subordinates.
I mean, I figured this was probably the answer to this question, but it's not especially satisfying. It's plausible, it's just not that interesting.
If you stray from my commands even slightly, that evidence will be sent to the police.
The weird thing about it, though, is that in order to do this, in order for this to be the plan, that means that Tokiko had to explain to a minimum of one other person the specifics of what Amame was supposed to do. In which case, like, she could have just had that person, who's probably more trustworthy, just do it. Like, this all sort of implies that Tokiko just, like, wanted to implicate Amame. I'm not totally sure why.
I see.
About Tokiko's left half.
She didn't give me any orders about the left half,
And that's why she left it on the bread slicer.
so I just left it on the slicer. I was curious, though, so I did take a look.
I rummaged through her pockets and found 5 gold pieces and a wand of cure light wounds.
I committed a crime. A
Accurate.
crime that I can never take back.
The jury's a little bit out on that. The null number might help. Do you happen to know the null number? Hey, I think I said this before I started recording. We've definitely reached a point in this game where I feel like we're like hard into the zero time dilemma end of the spectrum of like stupid story plot holes. And I think at this point I almost prefer it if the game stops trying to justify things that just won't make sense. So like I'm kind of hoping that at some point we just like happen to ask a character if they know the null number, and then they're just like, yeah, I've known the null number the whole time. You just never asked. And then they tell us, and then we use it for whatever. But also, I will state again for the record that, for me, an ideal ending to this game at this point must necessarily involve a freeze frame photo of the entire cast eating donuts crammed together in one bathroom. I require this. Kat says, I think the other person was a backup plan in case Amame didn't go through. Right, but you don't need a backup plan if your first plan is reliable. Like, if she just, like, it just... So think of it this way. Is, like, Tokiko knows that Amame killed Uru and has sufficient evidence to, like, go to the cops and tell them that and put her in jail or whatever, right? Like, this is a given. So, our choices are to have Amame, someone who's not committed to the Nirvana Initiative, take care of crucial parts of that plan and, like, maybe goof them up and still would end up with, you know, Amame being punished by that information getting out and her going to jail or whatever. Or you could simply have someone you trust to do it correctly, have those instructions, do it, and then send Amame to jail for the crime that you don't like that she did. There's no reason to involve Amame unless you simply want to implicate her in more crimes. But that doesn't actually benefit Tokiko, alive or dead. There's no actual reason to do it.
I can't reflect, repent, or apologize. Nothing will fix what I did. no matter what my reasons were. I killed a human being.
Yeah, but, like, I can't stress enough that while this is true, and while it is definitely murder, because it, like, wasn't self-defense or anything like that, it's, like, definitely a murder, but, like, also it was the murder of a psychopathic serial killer cult leader. Like, on the scale of murders, is definitely not the most egregious type of murder.
But I couldn't forgive him for what he did. That man who killed my father.
Oh, also, I think I got so distracted trying to, like, factually recap stuff earlier. During the course of the Somnium, Aiba gets up on a soapbox, practically literally, and, like, starts getting mad at Amame for, like, doing this crime. But, like, a big part of her motivation in doing that is being like, Amame should have spent more time with her dad. And, like, if that happened, then, like, he never would have gotten murdered by terror and she wouldn't have become, like, a murderer. But, like, let's not forget the fact that Komeiji, like, got involved with, like, black market smugglers of his own volition, got incredibly deep in debt because he's super terrible at managing money and isn't a funny comedian, and, like, got out of his old job he was at least passable at. Then he stole something from a serial killer and antagonized them, trying to blackmail them to get out of the previous criminal dealings he had done. And then forced Amame to get involved because he was too stupid to handle his own mistake. Terra even gave him an out. Terra was like, if you returned the thing, like, maybe I won't kill you. There's no guarantee that that would have worked out, but he definitely got killed this way. And not only did that happen, but he got his daughter involved. Like, all of this is Komeiji's fault. None of that is Amame's fault. He did all those things bad because he's a bad Minecraft man.
All for some plan? What's that about anyway? Some stupid plan? That's why my father had to die.
It's not a good plan.
Mame, I understand how you feel, but think about how Shoma and Genny are going to take this.
I mean, given the Amame and Gen ending, I think Gen will make peace with it and probably start punching people.
I know that. I know that they trusted me. I know that I betrayed them.
This game has a really wild sense of justice. Like, again, look, I'm not trying to say that she didn't commit a murder or that murder isn't a serious crime, but she did kill a serial killer, and that is the only person that she killed. And the other things that she did weren't even, like, serious crimes. Like, she was, like, coerced into doing more crimes to cover that up. But it's not like she did more murders or, like, anything all that significant. She moved bodies around. Bodies that, like, a serial killer or his keeper provided. I mean, yeah, she's an accessory to those murders, but she also stopped the murderer from murdering. She, swiper no swiping, to have body killer. Like, I just don't know a court that's gonna convict her on this. I don't.
Thinking about them hurts so much.
Like, we're in a really weird place in this game where, like, the murderers are some of the most sympathetic characters. And it doesn't feel like that's intentional, particularly given the way we're handling this conversation right now. But, like, Uru, whose literal entire life was upended from age 6 when he was kidnapped from an orphanage, and then, like, raised to be the subject of human experiments and organ harvesting, then becoming, like, a serial killer because, like, the teachings of a cult were the only way he could make peace with how terrible his life was. And then, like, Amame, who's just trying to compensate for her terrible father, who she didn't choose, and who in no way did she instigate any of his terrible mistakes. She was trying to compensate for his mistakes and then, like, find justice for his murder. Like, are the actions of these people above, like, moral reproach? No. Are they way more understandable than some of the nonsense the other characters are doing in these games? Yup. Yuck. Ditto says, Pewter is literally in the room right now. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, in the last game, he freed, like, a serial killer from prison, and then, like, tried to attack, like, law enforcement officers, and, like, he got out of jail scot-free, and we basically pretend that didn't happen. Whereas Amame actually stopped a serial killer, something that 2 of our own specialized advanced brain investigation squad agents were incapable of doing over the course of 6 years. Like, none of this looks good on us.
My chest feels like it's going to explode. The guilt.
And Komeiji, too. I'm sure he didn't want you to avenge his death.
Dude, don't try to ascribe, like, high morality to Komeiji. He got himself involved in, like, black market arms smuggling because he was too incompetent to manage his own money or career. Don't, like, act like he wouldn't want this. He probably specifically wanted this. I have a real problem in fiction when the author wants me to hate a character who's sympathetic or wants me to sympathize with a character who's just completely unlikable. And we're definitely a little bit confused as to who's in the right and in the wrong here, I think, as a creation of fiction.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Everyone. I'm so sorry.
And see. Alright, Spunny, you're up early or late? Sort of both. Nice to see you. How are you doing? We actually aren't all that far from where we left off that last night, so you haven't missed very much at all. After she regained her composure, we asked Mame about the Nirvana Initiative. But she told me what she saw in the Somnium was the full extent of what she knew. She had no more information to add, and now there's like 20 minutes until TC-PERGE takes over the world. It's almost 11, not much time left. We need to find where the plan is going to take place.
Damn it, what do we do?
Ask Amame about the null number.
We need to stay calm.
No, ask her about the null number.
Keep a level head and think.
Pewter, you're not helping.
Can I ask a stupid question?
Have there been any questions in this game that aren't stupid?
Why did terror slice people in half?
I mean, I presume that it was originally tied to trying to, like, mask the tumor thing? Although that seems to have gone fully off the rails with Jin being, like, the first victim, or not the first victim. Actually, no, he is the first victim, right? Even though that's confusing, too?
Why does that even matter at this point?
Just think about it. Why?
Because the slicer was in the basement?
That's the effect, not the cause.
Yeah, but that's not the reason.
There are plenty of other ways to kill.
Uru despised Jin and Chikara because they took his organs.
This is like a radical understatement. Like, again, I feel like I feel like this game doesn't understand what makes a sympathetic character. Because they're just casually like, yeah, I guess he didn't like the fact that they took all his organs. Although, we still have yet to get any kind of explanation as to why Uru still had enough organs to live.
So, he wanted to kill them in the cruelest way he could think of.
Let me tell you something, Pewter. If you think that cutting a person in half with, like, a real quick giant bread cutter move is the cruelest way to kill them, I feel like you lack imagination.
But why kill Komeiji the same way?
I mean, just consider the fact that Uru lived a life essentially comprised entirely of torture, and then tell me that that's the cruelest way to kill someone.
Because he took something important from Uru.
His face?
6 years ago, on February 11th,
Oh, my brain auto-completed the wrong noun in that sentence.
Komeiji took the corpse from the rooftop amusement park in his
Yeah,
suitcase.
I mean, this much is obvious. Komeiji goofed up, stole something important, didn't give it back, and got killed. He goofed around and found out.
Right. Jin's left half.
And that must have angered him. Maybe. But that amount of anger would be nothing compared to what he felt for Jin and Chikara.
I think it would be closer than you're giving it credit for. Like, I really feel like this is something of utmost importance to Terror. Terror doesn't seem to value a lot of things, but, like, the proof that he, like, conquered Jin Fudore feels like something really important.
I recall something Tokiko said.
What you call the HB case.
Demolition asks, why did Komeiji take the body? He recognized that half a body would be something important to Terror, and he thought he would be able to blackmail Terror for enough money to get out of debt. It's one of the worst plans I've ever heard of.
Is but a small part of the plan.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. The three of them were sliced in half as part of the plan. There must be some kind of meaning behind the bodies being cut in half and left in specific places.
Is it some sort of Stranger Things dimensional portal thing? I mean, we do know Tokiko told us at some friggin' point that, like, if you cut people in half, like, all the chakra points are in the center of a person's body, and so if you separate the two bodies, you can't subdivide a point because it's the smallest, like, thing in space, and so you would be able to, like, spread the chakra points between two things? It's wildly unclear why that would matter, but it's a thing we've already mentioned in the game. Hey, Montauk, we're fully off the rails. Do not expect an explanation for anything. Feel free to ask questions, and expect only completely wild and unsatisfying answers. We're honing in on the end of this game. It might be tonight.
Let's see. The right half of Jin Furue's body was the one that fell from the ceiling of Dvaita, right?
His left half was found at Misaton Rooftop Amusement Park, like we said earlier.
Chikara Horodori's right half was found in a Sekiba High classroom.
And his left half was found at Yoyagi Park.
Also, to answer your question, is it a metaphorical cut in half? Hopefully these images demonstrate no, highly literal.
Andy's Komeiji's right half was found at Studio Dvaita, just like Jin's.
And his left half was also the same as Jin's, on the stage at the Rooftop Amusement Park.
I wonder why.
I'll be honest, I hadn't put that together, and I don't know why.
Why put Komeiji's body in the same places?
The location must have been important somehow.
Locations plural, to be clear.
Jin Furue's body was disturbed and removed from the scene by Yoneharu Enda, aka Andy's Komeiji. There must be some kind of significance to replacing the body at that location, this time using Komeiji's.
I gotta tell you, there's something about Andy's Komeiji's name that somehow seems like one of the most Japanese names I've ever heard. Even though it's like a stage name and not even like literally his name. It just seems like something that you naturally want to say with like a Japanese sort of enunciation. Andy's Komeiji.
I don't follow. What does it mean?
Chakras are points.
See, it's the thing
By
I mentioned.
definition, a point cannot be reduced further. It cannot be severed from itself.
Like, I understand this point, but like, what... to what end, I don't know. Because, like, there's no established thing that you can use chakra points to do to spiritually connect space or something?
So the chakras will remain, tethered between the left and right sides of the body, like a string.
I get it. Someone's going to find all the chakra strings and play them like an enormous, confusing instrument.
The intersection between the warp and weft. That's where the scene can occur.
Well, I have to tell you that at this point in time, I'm sick of this line of dialogue. It's been repeated ad nauseum and essentially means nothing.
Well, that would mean...
The Nirvana Initiative is happening at...
Good. Finding the Nirvana Initiative. This map will assist you. Doubt it. Use this to infer where the plan will take place. When you figure out the location, close the map and tell everyone. Oh boy. So. Now when it says check, what does it mean when I hit check? Does it mark it? Does it tell me something about what happened there? Yeah, it says, it means nothing and somehow means less every time they say it. Correct, correct. Ooh, that's an interesting theory, Montauk. They're doing the thing where you put two slices of bread on opposite sides of the planet to make an Earth sandwich. It's a very interesting theory. We know that somehow the ultimate goal of the Nirvana Initiative is to infect a bunch of people with this virus that makes people behave, like, super irrationally, such that, like, it will... They believe that this existence is a simulation. They believe in the simulation theory. And so they plan to, like, have essentially the simulation bug out from everyone acting so wildly that it will crash the simulation and end it, but it's unclear to me what exactly they think will happen or why they assume it would be a good thing to do that. Just because you believe life is a simulation doesn't necessarily mean that you want to end it. I mean, I think really early on, Tokiko implied that creating, like, the seam would allow them to, like, consult the creator, so I guess they're trying to talk to God, or in this case, a programmer in a higher realm of existence? Let me try out what check means. It literally just means put a check mark. You got it, friend. So, Yagi Park is one of them. Nisatan. Oh, I did that one. Sekiba. Nice is one because Tokiko was there. Did they list her? I feel like she wasn't on that list, but I wasn't paying full attention. Studio Divida, and was anyone found at Horidori? You could argue that Tokiko's other half was intentionally left there by nature of the fact that no instructions were given what to do with it. So, oh, where's the stadium? Stadium? Stadium. I'm gonna run through this and make sure I'm not missing anything. So, in order... Studio Divida was where Jin's half was found. Then Shikara's body was found. If I'm going to do this, I should actually check to make sure I have it checked. Okay, have it checked. Then the school, Sekiba High, is where one half was found. Although I guess I'm using the, like, 6 years ago logic. So then, Nai's Japan branch, then Komeiji, His first half was at the studio again. And then in the present, stadium, Yoyagi Park, Oridori Institute, and then Misatan again. Here's a question, is it's mildly interesting, but not actually that surprising that ramen isn't on this list. Just as I hope the answer is Abyss HQ. The weird thing is, like, the pattern isn't as obvious as I think it's supposed to be, but it seems to me like the possible locations are either the hospital or Date's house. Those seem to be the things that, like, complete the pattern best. But I wanted to run through everything to make sure I wasn't somehow missing something that would clear the pattern up. Because it's, like, weird that it seems to make, like a pattern of 5 points and then, like, a pattern of 2 points. And, like, not make a straight line or, like, make a shape around which the center is or something. Yeah, the map flickering is, like, not a great feature. Yeah, Crittrich says, I feel like if you destroy the simulation that you're in, you're just gone. That might just be it. Right? Like, this is sort of my problem, too, is, like, I feel like I want more of a mission statement from Nizet Laws, considering that seems like a highly probable, if not the most probable outcome of destroying the simulation, right? Is that why he hates Date, because of the real estate? I mean, this game has already done dumber things than that. Let me try something. If we remove... No. Because she had instructions for her body to be moved. So it has to be important that half of Tokiko's body was found at Nai's Japan. Like, that has to be important. It's slightly less clear that Horidori is relevant. But all the others should be right. So this doesn't... I just, like... I'm gonna pose this to chat. Chat, level with me. Am I missing something obvious, or is this pattern not, like, the most obvious thing you've ever seen? Because, like, I acknowledge that there's something resembling a pattern here, but, like, if this was an SAT question, I feel like I'd be just as likely to get it wrong as right. So yeah, like, what are all three of these? So Abyss is at, like, the top range of where the check marks are. Then the hospital. And then this bottom one is the Kumakura office. I'm gonna rule out the Kumakura office. That's almost definitely not it. Yeah, I feel like Central Hospital is most likely. It just feels like that's not narratively interesting. And so, like, part of me is, like, second-guessing the fact that that is my first instinct as well. Yeah, I feel like this is most likely, but it's just... I feel like either there should be, like, an obvious Eureka thing of, like, duh, of course, everything centers around this location. Or there should be, like, a pattern to the check marks that's like, when I look at this, there's only one possible solution, and it's this. Here is my guess as to... Assuming that it is the hospital, and I agree that that feels most likely, even though it's not as obvious as I think it should be. But, like, we know that there was a point in time where Jin was being treated at this hospital for the half-body tumors. And so, like, maybe they think that they can, like, channel positive chakra energy in this weird formation around them that will somehow send healing energy back through time or something. Heavy Rain did this better. Not only do I agree with that, but considering how much some people seem to really hate the game Heavy Rain, that's a pretty scathing endorsement. But, like, again, and I'll just say this briefly. I feel like when I fill in all the check marks of where the points are, I feel like it should be, like, super duper clear where the final point is. But, like, let's also consider that, like, the game has now established that there is some connection, even if it's not going to make sense or be satisfying. There's some connection between the half-body plan and the chakra thing. And Tokiko went to great lengths to explain to us where all the chakra points are and how they form a straight line and the significance of all of them in the body. Doesn't it seem like it should mirror that? Doesn't it seem to anyone else like all the locations on the map should form a line that mirrors the chakra thing, and then the last point in that line is what we're looking for? Like, that feels like the most obvious configuration, and we're definitely not looking at that. Alright, I'm gonna leave this screen and say Central Hospital, and the game's gonna play the Price is Right fail noise, and I'm not gonna know why. Ready? Go. I have to find the right person to whom I can say it. That's weird. This is a way you could do that. Are we not calling it Central? Oh, it's Pewter! That feels like that's a sign that I'm doing it wrong.
Hmm? Why would it be at a hospital?
Why would it be anywhere? Don't ask me why. We're talking about the plans combined between a cult and a serial killer, and we're trying to figure out what they were doing. You're expecting a rational answer?
Is there logic behind your reasoning?
Wow. I was correct in that the game effectively played the Price is Right sound, but, like, the game's reasoning as to why that's not the correct answer is at best bad. Is there logic behind the reasoning? Well, I would love for there to be logic behind the reasoning. Here's the thing, though, unfortunately, is that your game didn't actually apply any logic, so I can't use logic. And that's not on me. That's Komeji's fault, because he got into debt. I am not responsible for being put in a bad situation. What are we talking about? Yeah, I guess we'll guess Date now, and then if it does it again, like, I don't know what to do. It's your house, buddy.
My place. Let's go, Mizuki. I gotta save my porno mags from going up in flames.
I told you, I already got rid of those.
This is not a good puzzle. Cause, like, there's, like, it's... If it is Abyss, and, like, what else would it be? Like, the only other thing in the Matrix is the Kumakura's office? Which is, like, why would it be that? But, like, if it's Abyss, like, look at its positioning. It's not at the center of them. It's at the edge of, like, one corner of a weird, misshapen blob formed by these points. Mark everything, then remove them as you get them wrong. Try one by one. When I guess it, it removes the dialogue option. So I can brute force this if I have to. Which I probably have to. Because, like, clearly this doesn't make any sense. HQ.
I'm all for them shooting a rocket there. I hate those guys.
Is that not... Are you making a distinction between that and Abyss? Kume, Misatan... Stadium... Abyss.
Abyss HQ? You mean here? I haven't seen any rockets around here. Well, except for Date's.
What kind of relationship does that imply? We know that friends look at each other's buttholes. Yeah, why isn't the moon base an option? It was definitely Rhizome 9. The only penalty for guessing wrong is sass. Correct, but I'm still at least a little bit annoyed about it. Mostly because the game suggests that there's a logical answer, but wait a minute, one of these options is the Gigantic?
I know, the sister ship of the Titanic. Wait, no, that sank already.
Yeah, it's not, I don't think it's that. We'll just go left to right, because there's no point in this puzzle anymore. Nice Japan.
I guess it makes sense to shoot it from the roof of that building. But in Somnium, Uru said,
the first step for all mankind to reach moksha I want to share the excitement with as many people as possible.
I don't think that place fits the description.
Alright, so is that what you want me to do, is pick the most populated place? Does that make it the stadium? Then why would you put a body there? It seems like the half bodies should, like, surround... This puzzle doesn't make any sense, man. Like... Alright, who's got stadium? Date.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That doesn't make sense. Because more than 2 people died. More than 2 people died! There's more than 4 points! What are you talking about, game? Don't give me sass. Tara wasn't the one who put it in the stadium, so it doesn't count. But keep in mind, at bare minimum, Tokiko insisted that half of her body be put in the Nye's Japan branch office, which means that should be a point on the map to plot this. Because putting her body there would have to be part of her master plan, or else why did she force Amame to do it? It has to be part of the shape. If you exclude that, then it makes even less sense for Tokiko to kill herself.
We have our answer.
Right.
The rocket carrying TC-PERGE.
It will be launched from...
That's right. The stadium.
But, like, also keep in mind that Tokiko directed the other half of Jin's body, I guess that's Uru, but I don't care, to be put at the stadium. But then, like, that also seems to belie the whole nature of, like, there's a significance to putting the bodies places because it will form some shape, because it's one of the points. It's like, you put a body there. You can't be like, ooh, dancing around it. We have to make some, like, occult symbol or whatever. Because, like, then, like, if one of the bodies is put at the location, then, like, none of this means anything. That isn't even a puzzle. It's like, it's one of the worst types of adventure game logic. It is implied that we drove here via a loud transition. Copy and paste.
Oh, darn.
Now you're just making fun of me. Like, I know that you have, like, the cheapest, worst voice changer in the entire history of mankind, but that sounded like nothing, man. Like, what are you talking about? It's a reasonable question, anime. Like, why are the mercenaries here? Because, like, originally in the story, at least in this game, the mercenaries were hired by Riichi Chieda to like, kill Lien to get Kizuna back. I have an even more pressing concern, which is this. The game just presented to us that the answer is the stadium, because it is the place where firing the missile will hit the most people. I would like you to pay attention to the people who are here. Yes, we have the mercenaries, and I guess we can assume that Nye's Outlaws just paid them enough that they're willing to do this. Sure, fine, whatever. Then we have the scientists from the Horodori Institute, which are clearly entangled in all of this, because, you know, they were involved with all the genetic testing, and all of that derives from the belief that, like, Jin Fudore is the chosen one with the % sign mark, and all of Chikara's nonsense that all revolves around simulation theory. And then we have the Nizet Law's cultists themselves. Do you know what I don't see here? Any reasonable target to inflict with TC-PERGE. It's not as though there's a big sporting event going on here that's like, oh my god, the stands are packed with innocent people. And it's not as though all the people who followed the Nirvana X video have all like culminated here at this time and place because they were instructed to do so. And now that large group of people interested in weird occult stuff and online ARGs are all going to be here to get hit with the TC-PERGE missile for the thing to happen. You literally just like paid all these people to stand here and fire a missile at them. What are you talking about?
Terror.
Uru Somizuki.
I predicted this would happen, so I prepared a few videos.
Look, man, I'm not big into sports. I've been to a few sporting events. I know they have a better sound system than this.
Now watching one of them. If this version is being used, probably means that I'm no longer alive. But no matter.
Like, I don't have any difficulty believing that with the scope and scale of this ridiculous plan that he would have a pre-recorded message in this case. What is the purpose of the other pre-recorded messages that he needed to prepare? In most of those other outcomes, isn't he likely to be able to broadcast a normal message?
This world is a simulation. My real body is somewhere else. This stadium can hold 80,000 people.
However, it doesn't now.
I would have preferred to watch the beginnings of this great project with everyone else, but...
It's really annoying. This really sonically bad to listen to this.
I guess that's not possible at this point.
There was a code in the Nirvana X video that indicated the time and place of this plan.
Oh, by all means, please decipher this to your satisfaction and let me be upset about
We
it.
were never able to crack it, but it probably would have led us here.
Again, I'm really skeptical of that because we're here now. I don't see anybody. I mean, I guess the game wants us to believe that because we got here in advance of the actual thing happening, that literally no people who would have followed this code to get here are here yet. But, like, I gotta tell you that there are people in this world who, if they are excited for some large-scale event of essentially any kind, are gonna go there a little early.
The plan was probably to have everyone who cracked the code assemble here.
And you say the plan was probably that as though we've stopped it or something, but it should still be happening because all we did was show up.
Nirvana. Collected. Genocide.
Currently, the stadium is surrounded by riot police. Barriers have been erected over 500 yards out in every direction. Even the police and National Guard are not permitted in this no-go zone.
Let me get this straight. Okay? So I hear what you're saying, game. You're saying, okay, we air quotes figured it out, not by brute forcing our way to the end of this game at all, I promise. But we figured it out that the target of the TC-PERGE missile and the initialization of the Nirvana Initiative hinges around the stadium, because the coded message will lead everyone to go to the stadium and get hit by the TC-PERGE missile, thus causing them all to act like insanely and possibly do something dangerous enough to kill themselves, which is supposedly going to create some fracture in the reality of this simulation that will end the simulation and, I guess, allow terror, even though it should be Jin Fudore and not terror, to go to his real body in another reality, which is... let's set that aside for now. But you're saying that we know where this happened, and so we set up like a big old improbable police barricade around the whole thing, and that'll keep everyone out. Let me remind you, game, that you said it was already like 11 a.m. at the time that we got out of the Somnium. So let's assume it took us something like pathetic, like 2 minutes, to crack the code with that conversation that, just in terms of the raw length of dialogue, must have lasted longer than that. But let's say it took like 2 minutes to do that. And then say that there was like absolutely no traffic, that somehow all of the cars have vanished from the face of the earth. So you're saying that with all of that being true, you managed to set up this police barricade in like 50 minutes. It has to be less than that. In like 20 minutes? You set up this barrier in 20 minutes around the stadium, such that no one was able to enter the stadium beforehand. Like, no one came to the stadium like a half hour beforehand. And we've blocked it off completely, and no one is, like, sneaking in here. I know you wouldn't get a lot of people able to sneak past that, but, like, there would still be some random folks here. This is wildly improbable.
It should help mitigate the spread of TC-PERGE.
Guess that's why no one's here.
It's unfortunate that the audience is something, but I will proceed regardless.
Okay, now we're saying that not only did Terror pre-prepare a message in case he wasn't here to experience this live because someone killed him, but that he also made an alternate version in case his plan was largely but not entirely foiled, so that he could have one moment in his pre-recorded broadcast for no one's benefit but his own to experience regret over the fact that it's not full to the brim of stadium goers? Was that worth the resources?
Once the rocket explodes in the atmosphere, TC-PERGE will split for miles. How many people live in that area, do you think? Tens of thousands will contract the virus. Mankind is about to experience a turning point in history. The Nirvana Initiative. When complete, every single person in the world will reach moksha. And it all starts here at this humble stadium.
This is very bad to listen to. The longer it goes on, the more I'm just like, God. Like, I've never loved the Terror voice, but the Terror voice distorted over stadium speakers is really just bad.
Eventually, our descendants will see this place as a holy site. Omega, where mankind was emancipated.
That this statement literally makes no sense. Isn't the whole point of this to, like, break free of the simulation? If we break free of the simulation, how do we even know that a version of this Tokyo sports stadium exists in whatever higher plane of existence this reality was being simulated in? Why would we celebrate a possibly entirely fictional location? We can't go there. What a dumb comment.
Hey, how much longer are we gonna play this game?
You know, that's a really good question. But probably not for the reason you think. How long can this go on?
Yeah, we need to do something about the rocket.
But... where is it?
Man, we're gonna experience, like, the most aggravating and prolonged QuickTime event of all time, right?
I attempted to scan the area with X-ray, but I did not find anything.
Did you find any, like, conspicuous boxes made of tungsten? Because those keep coming up somehow.
I guess we'll have to look harder. The rocket has to be around here somewhere.
I'm confused. Are we saying the rocket is launching from here or to here? Or are we somehow positing the silliest of all, that we're going to fire the rocket straight up from the stadium, such that its fuel runs out or something, and then it just lands where it was fired from?
Should we get them to help? They seem like they could use something to do.
Iva, what time is it now?
11:20 a.m.
Absolutely not. It is not 11:20 a.m. 20 minutes ago, we were sitting in the stupid Abyss headquarters room adjacent to the sync machine, figuring out our plan. You want to tell me that in like 15 minutes you locked this location down? 15 minutes?
Daddy does not approve!
And that, like... There's no way! There would have to be people in this stadium. It would not be empty. This is stupid.
40 minutes till noon. Oh my gosh!
How does the pre-recorded message know that all the people showed up to fight us, or that we are here to fight them?
Leave the people to me. I'll get them all at once.
This game is really struggling to figure out what is the dumbest sentence a person can say in the context of its own story.
Jason!
Jason. Thank you, Ice Bunny. Jason. There are almost no things that will, like, immediately, like, center me as well as just hearing Jason. It's like, you're correct. Jason!
You two, go look for the rocket.
Hey, Arcadius, do you feel like you're dying? This might not be the stream for you. You will probably feel more like you are dying.
What are you talking about?
Giraffe.
Well, Date is blind in one eye, and Bibi, you're... Don't worry about my heart. I'll be fine.
You won't.
But... Enough talk.
Oh,
Let's get
darn.
going. Oh my
Yeah, let's get grumpy.
Alright, I'm just real quick. I'll probably be able to make a note of this later, but I'm just writing down. Okay, I'm gonna need that one for later. Just gonna need to extract that one from this episode, okay?
What?
I mean, let's get going.
Mizuki, please allow me to terminate Date after all this is over.
No complaints?
Not if I do it first.
I've been really eager to find a good Date sound clip. Pretty sure this is Zeroscape music again. I'm not as good at connecting them to their rooms as I ought to be.
Don't worry. No one's gonna die. I loaded it up with stun rounds.
I'm more concerned about you dying. There's a lot of them. Many of them have guns. Some of them have tasers for some reason.
Let's go.
I'm gonna hate whatever happens next. There's like no way this doesn't turn out incredibly stupid. Yeah, I don't like this. Why was there like one conscious person?
Stand there. Thanks, baby. Is your heart okay? I told you, I'm fine.
Oh, my heart!
Let's go.
Oh no, people who want to fight me. What a shock, considering the situation. Where did they come from? They were all unconscious. Yeah, I knew this was coming. It's the last one. Oh, it's not down. You would have got me. Not a pattern.
X-ray activate.
Damn.
Why is there like one guy with a sniper rifle? Oh, good. You know I love these. Why did she fired a grenade at him? Oh, okay. Okay. It's a really inefficient way to fight.
Are you okay?
Yeah. Sorry.
You hang back.
But I can't.
I'm not saying it for your sake. It's for Mizuki.
Please, don't die. For Mizuki's sake.
Just to be clear, she is Mizuki.
Well, I guess technically you're also Mizuki, but...
Yeah.
Date.
Anyway, heal up here. Got it?
It's not how hearts work. It's kind of a cool move. If only this was an even remotely plausible scenario. What's the purpose of that? Oh, someone's gonna give him an AI ball, right? Like he's gonna have to take someone's AI ball at some point in the scene. So his eye patch is gone now.
Mizuki, you're stronger than all of us. You can take care of yourself.
Are you gonna go help Date?
Without me, he's ineffective. He needs me. Or else...
Got it. Leave this to me.
Sure, why not?
It is so nice to be home.
Why'd you come back?
To retrieve my stamp collection. I do not want to
Got
have
him.
to start over. It appears that you require assistance. Need a hand?
I don't need your hand. Well, what I could use is your eye.
I'd just like to point out that he's been gunned to death at this point.
Good.
He is dead now.
Let's go.
This conversation took far too long.
6 o'clock, Date.
Got it.
Oh, I hate these. Oh, that's a really easy one to goof. That's just not... Okay.
Babe?
I just want to be clear that all of them are dead. Not these folks on the ground. The 3 people opposing an army with guns. Like, this is...
Where's the rocket?
This doesn't appear to make sense. Again, is not the point for the rocket to hit the stadium? So what's the target of the rocket, then?
What the...
Because they insisted that part of the point of figuring out the location is it was going to be a place that had people. So I thought we were targeting, like, where it was going to go. So, like, where... So why does it have to be the stadium, then?
Goddamn ballistic missile.
No, why would anyone notice the whole missile silo under the stadium? Ooh, that looks frozen. Is that frozen? Nah, it's not frozen.
The bullets.
They're not going through.
I've pre-recorded another very specific tape in the event that 2 identical women beat up my entire army with pipes and a perverted old man. Yeah, we shot the missile full of virus. What would you do in this situation? Not the dumbest thing you can think of? I know that you haven't seen much of this game on talk, but you always gotta do the dumbest thing you can think of. It's the only way to make any progress in this air quotes investigation. got it. I know this one. Ready? Are you ready for this? We're gonna throw Aiba at it. Because we established that, like, her weird holographic teddy bear form is made of seaweed in a weird throwaway joke. How do you get a force field? Dude, I don't know. It's all according to Keikaku. Xanatos Gambit. Whatever you want. The whole plot makes no sense. Alright, we're back.
Analysis complete. What Terror said is true.
Then what do we do?
Agreed, Demolition. If it's meant to explode over the whole city, then again, why was it necessary to deduce a place that would have a large population? It seems like you would just want to fire it from a super secure and or controlled location. Like maybe the top of the Nizatlaws building or something.
Let me finish. Terror specified metallic objects. Therefore,
If you use your body, we can get through.
correct.
Sounds easy enough. BB and I should be able to destroy the rocket with our bare hands.
Yeah, he did kick down that tree at the shrine.
I feel like there's some mathematical equation to how dumb this game is. And the more time you play it, the more dumb the game gets. We're going to take the rocket apart with our bare hands.
Let's go.
Suplex the missile. Honestly, that would feel like a better solution.
You can't be serious.
It's honestly as likely as any other thing that's happened in the past hour.
Why?
Here's time my servants awaken. I told you, I could read you like a book. I knew you would use stop bullets.
Insulation. They are all wearing insulated suits.
That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, exactly. Why did they all fall down? Like, what's the point of the elaborate con of everyone, like, resisting electrical stun bullets and feigning death, only to all get back up in unison for, like, a cool dramatic reveal? If the actual, like... Nizatlaws is an ideological society whose entire purpose is the culmination of this plan. They've hired a bunch of people with lethal weapons to make sure that the plan goes off. I feel like we're willing to kill 3 people, like 3 random people who oppose the plan. I don't feel like this is outside of the teachings of Nizatlaws. And so, like, there's no reason to play dead when, like, they could have just, like, started shooting at them and just kept shooting at them. Demolition asks, did the ones who were hit with pipes also have insulation from bones breaking? Yeah, and what about the ones who were hit with, like, force shockwaves from, like, a body being thrown into the ground and then they were just, like, repulsed far enough to be rendered unconscious? I assume that was also insulation?
But what if BB and I hit him?
I thought I tried the TC-PERGE.
We've literally reached the, like, I'm rubber, you're glue portion of the evil plot. Is like, well, if you were going to use force, then I guess TC-PERGE whatever plot reasons.
Circuits of your brain's eye is firing. In other words, your minds are glitching out.
And of course, glitching out in this case means doing whatever specific thing I would like for them to be doing. Not like actually glitching out, doing something unpredictable, erratic, or possibly harmful to the plan, but like they're all glitching out doing precisely what I want them to do.
Aiba, how much time do we have?
I mean, given the way this game treats the passage of time, let me guesstimate here. It was roughly 11:20 when we began fighting all the noobs, so it's probably like 11:27.
20 minutes.
Oh no, that took 20... It took 20 minutes to have that fight where we knocked everyone down with our first attack in almost every instance. But it also took 20 minutes to set up a collaborative, massive police barrier around the stadium.
the same thing the whole way through. I have been recalled. Although I guess technically it's more uncalled. This festival is almost at an end.
I can't tell if that's a joke or what. I don't...
Enjoy while it lasts.
We're running out of time.
To get close to the rocket, we need to do something about these guys. But stun bullets won't work, right?
Why isn't the rocket taking off now? Because Demolition, the video said that it would happen on Tokiko's birthday at noon. You can't ruin Tokiko's happy birthday celebration. That would be rude.
We'll have to use brute force.
I agree. Sorry, people, but... Huh? What are you going to do?
I can't even guess.
Isn't it obvious?
I'm going to break their bones.
Well, that's fair and honest. Yeah, that's a great observation, Anime. We're definitely in Dragon Ball Z territory. The planet Namek is going to be destroyed in 5 minutes. That will take another 6 streams.
Bullets.
I switched them to real ones. Don't worry, I'm only gonna shoot their limbs. What's this?
2 of the 3 of us can neutralize this.
But it's okay. If you use thermo mode...
You and Date can. As for the other Mizuki...
I'll be fine. I'll think of something.
Something?
It's
There's
fine,
only like a
let's go.
50% mischance in Pathfinder.
Date, let's go!
It's like me on the playground at age 6 pretending to be a Power Ranger. It definitely looked like you shot that guy in the chest. Not that I'm arguing you shouldn't do that. As Montauk points out, we're really in like a fate of humanity scenario. If we have to kill people to save all the people, that feels like a reasonable course of action. But I guess this game's trying to apply its like weird, convoluted morality. Why was it X'd out that it wouldn't let me do that? I'm like pressing the button prompts, and because of the electric field, it won't apply them. Insulated, right? Yeah, insulated, yeah. This is the most Baroque trolley problem. What an excellent thing to... Hashtag brand new sentence, Montauk. Oh no, we brought pipes to a massive gunfight and lost. What an unpredictable outcome that wasn't preventable at all. I thought you might show up at some point, even though you were looking after Gen or whatever.
Kept you waiting, huh?
Oh, please, don't show off.
Ryuki, Tama.
It's a little cavalier to be like, haha, I saved the day, when she just got shot a bunch.
What the hell were you doing until now?
Sorry. The riot police stopped us.
We only got through the barricade with...
This game is definitely making me dumber. Why is Ota involved? Why is Ota involved? Ota should not be involved!
You guys, you're here too?
Phoebe and Date are still fighting. That makes it sound like they had a disagreement in their relationship. That's weird. Ota, Iris, and Kizzy are in the armored car, running amok! They pulled over and got off, leaving Moma inside. Sure, Moma's here too, why not? And... don't tell me that, like, Kizuna has, like, a flying laser rocket wheelchair or something now. Wait, is Shoma's plan to throw a bunch of bombs at them?
Explain.
This feels like less efficient and at least as lethal as shooting guns at them. We didn't want to shoot guns at them, but we're gonna throw bombs at them and that's chill?
Daddy does
What are you talking about?
To protect Amame.
To avenge my father.
You guys know that, like, the stakes are higher than these dumb specific squabbles, right?
We won't let terror win.
We're gonna ruin his stupid plan.
So, yeah.
Okay, I'm glad you're all here, but
For the record, I am not glad that they're all here.
Shoma too?
What? Are you saying I can't help?
Well,
If you think that, you're mistaken.
You see, he has a robot covered in bombs.
He has the most powerful weapon here.
you mean
The detonator. It has a fingerprint lock, so only I can use it.
Oh, they want to use it on the rocket? The rocket that's supposed to explode and release an airborne virus that will, like, ruin the entire population of Japan, if not the world? We want to do the same thing that they were planning, but with a one-wheeled robot? Yeah, why not? Okay.
the detonator?
Yep, the thermite bomb.
To be clear, it's like 9 thermite bombs?
Mizuki, think about it. Do you think destroying the rocket will really stop the plan?
I don't think it's gonna be that
Daddy
easy.
does not approve!
Explain to me what you think the plan is, if not the rocket.
Even if it's prevented from taking off, I'm sure Terra rigged it to explode.
Right, and so the thing we should do is explode it? Like, explain your logic.
Which would still spread TC-PERGE. The wind would carry it.
And ultimately, the damage would be the same.
So what are you talking about?
There would just be fewer initial infections.
So what's your plan?
That's where the thermite comes in.
A thermite reaction can create temperatures up to 3,000 degrees. TC-PERGE would get burned up in something that hot.
Oh, okay. Sure. We just engineered this virus to understand to exactly what we need it to do. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess your very specific solution works if we engineer the fictional virus to be susceptible to exactly the thing that we already have. Okay. Yeah. Uh-huh.
It's the only way to stop it from spreading.
Isn't the thermite bomb made of metal? How is it going to get past the wall?
Does the wall have a roof? Are we gonna free throw?
Don't worry. That reflecting wall must be controlled from the inside somehow.
We just gotta get in and break whatever device controls it.
That's not necessarily true. Terror is, like, taunting us with pre-recorded messages from before he died. It's very possible that the controls for this are at, like, the Nizet Law's office. There's no telling that that would be true. I mean, like, I guess you could argue that there should be, like, a projector or something inside emanating the force field, but you can't bring any metal inside of it, so, like, how do you know it's something that you'll be able to disarm without any kind of tools?
And that will stop it from working?
Hopefully.
The ceremony is almost over. There are less than 10 minutes left. We're so close. This simulated world is coming to an end.
Okay, again, if you're saying that the plan is to end the simulated world with the TC-PERGE plan, then why would this fictional simulated stadium become a holy land for your people in generations to come who wouldn't be inside the simulation?
All of mankind will be emancipated and achieve true freedom for the first time. Rejoice! It is a blessing. Let's all enjoy this blessing together.
You're dumb.
You all will be delivered to the real world.
I think this counts as monologuing.
I'm home.
Welcome back.
Aiba, what are you doing?
That's not the correct response, Mizuki. You know better than this.
Get over here, you're gonna get caught.
You're going to get caught? Your concern is that she's going to get caught? Do you have any idea how dumb the current situation is? That's absolutely not the problem we're concerned about.
Thermo mode running on all cylinders. I can see it all.
Indeed.
So, why did you come back?
Date rejected me.
What?
I don't need you. Go help Mizuki.
That guy.
But didn't you get shot? I was experiencing a brief rage blackout. Isn't it established we got shot at least 3 times? I'm not sure that we're in sufficient physical condition to have, like, a melee fight with an army of laser and gun-toting soldiers again.
We're running out of time, everyone. I don't think any of you can see the enemies except Ryuki. But if you apply enough force, you can break the camouflage function.
I mean, if you can apply enough force, you sort of take them out regardless. The camouflage function isn't my main concern at that point.
So I'm gonna lead the way.
Follow your lead and beat up anyone we see, huh?
Or beat up anyone you don't see. That also kind of
Wall
works.
them after you make them visible.
But not you, Shoma.
Huh?
Shoma, you need to stay back. If they get to you, we won't be able to use the thermite.
Okay. You all ready?
Yeah.
I'll need your help.
You got it.
For the future of mankind.
Yeah!
Yeah! Let's fucking go!
Why are none of them shooting right now? Insulation demolition. Insulation would be the answer to that question. Doesn't other Mizuki have Marcos? Do you mean Maruko? Yeah, but it's implied that she's already fighting them. I don't know. We're just making up at random who's fighting who, when, and why. Thanks for the fugue state. Thanks for dropping by, Montauk. I'm glad you got to enjoy some of whatever this is. Hey, Neko, welcome to the stream. You've missed a lot, but none of it's good, so... Weren't these people already fighting with Date and Tuxedo Mask? How is it that we've realigned ourselves in, like, us versus them formation again? To what end? Now it kind of looks like there's just 6 bad guys. I really can't tell what's going on. I assume it's not important. Yeah, I'm really not clear why we brought Kizuna. They didn't even, like, give her a gun or, like, binoculars to, like, point out something to help the others or whatever? But remember...
What is that?
I just found it. Is that Mova's?
Maybe.
Well, who cares where it came from? Do it, Kizzy!
I really need you all to remember that Amame is a bad person because she killed one serial killer. It's important to me that you know that this game considers Amame the villain because she killed one serial killer. And that serial killer is the same person who made this plan. And so, like, you would have just as much reason to kill him to stop the plan as you would any of these people.
Where are they?
It's very important to me that you remember this. Oh no, Ryuki redeemed himself by getting shot for Date. That,
Ryuki,
I care.
Daddy does
Ryuki, hey!
not approve!
Mr. Date. Please, stop him. My crimes will never be forgiven.
What the hell are you talking about, Ryuki?
Wait, how did Date
You
get his
know
eye
I've
patch
already
back?
forgiven you.
Mr. Date.
It wasn't just that he, like, put it in his pocket. It, like, flew away.
No, Ryuki, don't die on me.
Is
A
Date
hero
gonna
of
work with
justice
Tama for,
can't
like, 5
die.
seconds?
That has always been the rule.
We're trying to have, like, way too many dramatic moments during this fight that's supposed to be really fast-paced. There's, like, so few of us that if any of this were happening, like, we would all have been shot to death.
Ryuki! Mizuki, we don't have time. Take care of Ryuki later.
Damn! Iva, how much time?
5 minutes. Hurry!
That's less time than Somnium takes. That's not how that works.
Mizuki, less than 3 minutes.
That took 2 minutes?
I know.
There must be like a black hole around here with all the time dilation going on.
What are they?
It's fine. Let's go.
I think he's gonna TC-PERGE in the toilet, if you know what I mean. He's gonna throw up.
What?
Oh my god, it's Indigo Prophecy! That's what we're doing! We're doing Indigo Prophecy! That's why it's so stupid! We're trying to solve an occult murder mystery with Dragon Ball Z fighting. We're doing Indigo Prophecy. Do not forget the minions are Japanese and very polite, and will wait to be beaten up. It's a more reasonable point than it should be, Ice Bunny. It's probably big sis, who's evil. She has a goatee on. Yeah, I think it's another Mizuki. Yeah. Or maybe it's nothing and we'll never get an explanation. That seems equally likely. We did it! Soon the world will find moksha! That's what we wanted, right? Am I misinterpreting? I think we did it. I think this is the good end, right? Where the meteors come and hit the helicopter? I think this is the good end.
How? It's okay. We can still make it. Huh?
Please elaborate.
What are you going to do? Do you even need to ask?
Yes. I mean, the moped has a giant rocket on it that we figured was probably plot critical, but like, what ramp are you going to use to get the air necessary to find the right trajectory to take off? Especially with the extra load of your ridiculous cartoon bomb. Oh, of course you'll just pop a wheelie. Yeah, that's how stuff works. Great.
Just a little more.
Really should have refueled this morning, huh? Is that supposed to be an electric rocket scooter? Was that showing a, like, battery low indicator? Looks like we're gonna have to jump.
Mizuki.
Oh, my bad. I thought this couldn't get dumber, but we're here now.
Got it.
And now BB's gonna die. Because she's just gonna crash and gravity exists? But gravity doesn't exist because we know that Date survived the most ridiculous cartoon boulder falling of all time! This is a lot of the buttons! We didn't even throw it! What was that quick time event? We didn't even throw it! What was the quick time event?
Shoma! now! Detonate it!
What? I couldn't hear you! Did you say, I think you're really great? I think you're great too, but the rocket's getting away! I didn't realize that, we were actually James Bond. Dude, read the room. Just kidding. You're gonna tell me the null number now, right? Yeah, I'm really pretty sure thermite isn't
Mizuki.
that kind of explosion. I've been griping about that for most of the game.
Mizuki?
It's been a while, but we used to use a lot of thermite on Deadliest Warrior, and, like, my recollection was mostly that it, like, burns, like, pretty hot and fast, but, like, I don't think it would do what they wanted it to do. Was she the mask dude? The one who's still wearing the weird white ragged hoodie is the same person who was wearing it before with the mask on, who is essentially like a clone of Mizuki, who was one of the main characters. It's bad. Braver than all flowers. Epilogue. Computer, you did nothing.
Well, I'm glad everything worked out.
Good job, you two.
How long's it been? A week now.
I know. I'm still feeling all tingly about it too.
It'll wear off in 6 months or so.
Ooh, I guess I have control again. Let's talk to the most important person in the
I
room.
hate how when I buy something online, I get web ads for it.
Thanks, Mario. I'm certain I missed some stuff in chat. I apologize. I kind of had to be focused for all the QuickTime events. I didn't want to have to replay that. Let's see. So Demolition asks, the rocket was destroyed, but why was the biosample also blown up? Their reasoning is that a thermite explosion burns really hot, which I'm fairly certain that is accurate. But they're sort of like, oh, it will burn so hot, it will burn up the TC-PERGE virus in the rocket. Which, like, I feel like you're just as likely, especially the way that was handled, to just create a chain reaction and, like, blow up part of the rocket and cause it to be dispersed. Hey, Tuxedo Mask.
Don't worry about me. We've talked a lot over the last week. We stayed up in bed for hours talking.
That's narcissistic, I think? But Date's not here. Okay, hi. About Maruko. Show me Maruko. Also, his name doesn't even come up that much in this game, and it's been not translated twice.
He's an AI ball, just like Aiba and Tama.
Sure.
He's shy, so he doesn't talk much.
I need you to understand that I think this game is worse than Zero Time Dilemma, but it doesn't make me as mad because it's not the third in a trilogy of extremely good games. It's just the second of two extremely questionable games. So this is closer to par for the course than it should be. but it's important to me that you understand that this game is very bad.
He opens up to me sometimes. He's just introverted.
I swear to God, that's just so obnoxious. That's such an obnoxious thing to do. Oh yeah, if they make a third one, I'm playing it, Ice Bunny. But with 2 data points, I will definitely expect that the third one would be even worse than this. About Tama.
I wonder what she's doing about now. Well, I'll let it be.
I assume it has something to do with Shoma's chastity belt or tortoise bondage.
Oh, that. We weren't able to completely recover the memory, but...
The days I spent with Aiba, we at least got that.
That data has been re-uploaded and re-implemented.
It is important to me that you explain how you did that, and probably also why you didn't do that earlier, considering that it probably would have been helpful. And is another plot hole with the weird timey-wimey DNA helix.
I now have memory of that time.
Echo says, at least this isn't World's End Club. I mean, the ending of this game is worse. The gameplay is better, but mostly because World's End Club is kind of just like not a finished game. Oh yeah, please raise my pay.
Well, isn't it obvious? We were able to solve the case because I worked really, really hard.
Oh, patting yourself on the back, huh? So uncool, uncool.
Not as uncool as your underwear.
Ow.
My underwear has nothing to do with it.
Why have you done this to me?
And excuse you, my underwear is really cute.
I want to see.
Pewter, we both know you're gay, right? Like, am I completely off base here? I feel like Pewter's like super LGBTQ coded. He might not strictly be gay. Maybe he's bi. I don't know. But like, he definitely. I mean, he had a relationship with Renju Okiura, so he has to be. Whatever. It's fine. He's bi now. It's fine.
Oh, grow up. I didn't mean it like that. It's just for my future reference.
Who's that better? About Ryuki, is he in jail now?
He's gone. Don't let it eat at you forever. There was nothing you could have done.
But...
About your daughter.
Why were you hiding her? You could have just told me.
I'm bracing myself because I expect whatever the answer to this question ends up being is just going to be profoundly frustrating.
In retrospect, yeah.
So the answer is just, it is a plot hole.
But there was a reason I couldn't tell you. If I told you that, I would have to tell you everything.
You're such a bad character.
Not to mention, Mizuki is my secret weapon. She's like my personal ninja.
But Ryuki knew about BB, right?
Yeah. I didn't want him to find out, but...
He saw us. Mama and I were shopping at the supermarket.
I told you not to call me that.
Yeah, nobody wants to be confused with Mama. There's already enough names that have 2 M's in them in this game. Like, you can't refer to your mother as Mama. That's simply too confusing.
Who cares? They already know.
Demolition says, and still no number. So what's probably going to happen is at the very end of the epilogue, we will get it. And then we will get a post-epilogue where Tokiko explains something to us from the past or something, probably. but I really don't think that this game is gonna give me my bathroom donuts that I so desperately crave.
Mama, huh? Are you jealous, Mizuki?
No, that's not it.
Okay, we're done with this scene, or no?
I wanted to ask about my pay.
I did already.
This again.
Yeah, we just talked about it.
Well, I do have to praise you for a job well done. So, I have a special present for you both.
I don't think I want Boss's
A
present.
present?
It was left at a special place. You should find it.
A special place.
I hope it's a thermite bomb, so we can blow up the whole cast after they eat donuts.
Your friends should know what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're planning, but I guess it's not a bad idea to see everyone again. Well then?
Does every member of the cast have a locator card that'll lead us to the Battle City Finals?
Yeah, let's get going.
Is the surprise the Battle City Finals? That would be fun. I want to ride the Kaiba Court blimp. Yeah, well, we were just talking about Mama. Hey, Mama, can you explain why you had to explain the plot twist of this game? Oh, good. Momoru is here with Mama.
So you two are sisters, huh?
I think this is where he was at the end of the last game, too, by the way.
It makes sense and all, but boy, is it ever surprising.
Not really. Ooh, I got some trivia. The only people who know about the cloning are members of Abyss. To others, Mizuki and Mizuki are sisters with this. Can I just point out that even the characters in Somnium Files are not so stupid to name their children the same first name? Why would you think they're sisters that way? What? You know what? I don't drink, but right now I do kind of want one.
You're already drinking a cream soda.
No, not this drink.
No alcohol for you. You're only 18.
I'm good then, right? I'm 24.
Nope. I know you came here on your motorbike. Have some Alfrey instead.
He's already drinking Alfrey. Is this an ad for Alfrey? Is Alfrey a real beverage? Is this product placement? Have you heard from Boss?
Boss as in your boss?
No, I mean Boss from Metal Gear, actually.
I don't know. I haven't heard anything.
Boss left us a present somewhere, but we don't know where it is. She said something about asking our friends.
I hope it is a hologram of Tokiko singing Happy Birthday in a really distressing fashion.
I see. Then why don't I ask the mighty Milky Balls?
I mean, it's why we all came here, right?
Yeah, good idea.
Okay then.
Calling it a good idea is a little generous,
Milky
though.
white orbs of power.
They're also
Who
purple.
among their friends and acquaintances has the biggest you-know-what?
I don't seek the answer to this question.
That is Lynn, of course.
Cool.
Who cares? That's what I thought.
We'll put that aside for now.
Please
Can
do.
we put it aside forever?
Please do.
Okay, time to get serious now. Oh, Balls, the great and powerful, please find something for me. Where is the present that Boss has hidden?
Go to Nyes. The hidden secret can be found there.
So, how about it?
Go to Nyes. The secret is there?
That has nothing to do with Boss's task. I am sure Mama is only stringing together random thoughts.
It's literally a secret. It was not told to us that boss's thing was a task, that could easily apply. Even though it is a recycled line of dialogue, it easily could apply.
But
Any information? You solved the case already, but you're still hungry for more, hmm? Well, I do have some very valuable information.
Is it about Leanne?
6 years ago, on February 15th, Uru contacted So Sejima, the former politician.
I'm aware of this. It's confusing, though.
Why do you suppose he did that?
Because the player needed to get a message that wouldn't make logical sense in the context of the game. And so we found it in a Somnium.
Because So was his father.
Oh, sure, that old chestnut. Because Uru, as Terror, went to see So Sejima and said something about a love child that was described in such a way that it wasn't Iris. I care so much about this. What a thrilling twist.
An illegitimate love child.
Oh my god, I'm just floored with how well written and received the twist is. Oh no. I'm feeling faint from how excited I am about the narrative.
She took the baby to Iowan and committed suicide.
Cool.
Oh.
Well, it's just a rumor. There's no proof. But that would explain a lot, wouldn't it? I'm guessing Uru wanted to meet him. The man who threw him and his mother away like garbage. That was where his tragedy began, after all. If So hadn't neglected them, Uru never would have been given up for adoption.
Dude, what is with this game? It ascribes guilt in the weirdest ways. I mean, yeah, So has like a bunch of illegitimate love children, and he behaves badly and is garbage as a father, a politician, a role model, and a person. He's garbage. Like, no argument here. But, like, to say that, like, Uru's troubles started then, and not with the fact that someone tried to raise him as a meat bag to harvest organs from him? No, I would argue that his troubles were when the cults, like, kidnapped him and did bad stuff to him against his will. It was looked up Alfrey and found something that definitely isn't the same as this proposed non-alcoholic beverage. So I'm guessing not product placement, but still weird that it happened. Oh, hang on. So where's So, I guess I care, maybe I guess.
I don't know. He's not at his manor.
I'm lying, I don't care.
He disappeared about 2 weeks ago.
Sure, why not?
Maybe he fled the country.
Fled the country? Why?
He's a cunning old man. I'm sure he sensed something coming. He must have thought the authorities would eventually connect him to Terror.
What? We don't even have reason to think he understood that there was a connection between him and Terror. That's like brand new information to us. And you said it was based on a rumor. What evidence would have tied him to anything illegal that Terror did in such a way that there would be consequences for him?
So, he decided to leave before it was too late.
What do you mean by before it was too late? What consequences would there have been?
Mama, we're gonna get going.
Already? I wanted to talk more about Leon's you-know-what.
We'll save that for some other time.
Oh, sure thing. Come back again whenever. I'll be waiting.
Don't threaten me. Do you have anything to say, Mamoru?
Mamoru?
Why? Who are you guys?
Yeah, he's having a good time.
You know me?
Weren't you Tokiko's secretary and bodyguard?
Hey, cool, I got another one of these. The information Ryuki got in his investigation has already been transmitted. We know about Bodai, what he was doing, and where. Is that his other name that isn't Mamoru?
Yeah, it was. And then this happened and I got fired. The Subversive Activities Prevention Act shut eyes down for good, which gives me more time for day drinking.
I think this guy's the real winner of the game. You might have had enough, though.
Shut up. You don't get to say if I'm drunk enough or not.
I mean, we're technically law enforcement, but we're the worst, so yeah, that
I'm a
stands.
heavyweight. Leave me alone.
You're a lightweight emotionally.
What? What did you say?
Hey, Mamoru, honey.
Maybe you're right. My heart can't take it. I drink so I don't have to face reality sober.
What a fun and lighthearted epilogue this is, to tie up the game by meeting with our friends and talk about suicide and depression. Isn't that fun? This is a real great way to cap this preposterous Mr. Toad's Wild Ride of a thing.
I saw the president's body. That image is burned into my mind. I can't unsee it. How pathetic is that?
It's okay, Mamoru. Everyone has a weakness.
Mine is electrical attacks. I'm a flying type.
I think humans are one of the weakest animals. We aren't covered in thick fur. We don't have hides. We can't take heat. We can't take cold. Even the littlest tree branch can scratch us and make us bleed. Really, we're the only animals like that. How did we even make it this far as a species?
Tools.
I think it's because we're weak.
And, like, opposable thumbs, but, like, tools.
Our weakness forced us to work together. We made tools, hunted, and fought in packs.
Yeah, it's tools. The answer is tools.
That's how we survived.
And he says, wait, did Tokiko not tell him her plan? Apparently he wasn't the one guy who she told to do the plan in case Amame didn't do the plan, even though there was no need for Amame to be involved at all.
If humans were strong independently, things would have been different. We might not have made it. We could have gone extinct like Neanderthals. So you're saying our weakness is central to who we are?
What a weird argument.
Our weaknesses mean that we have to support each other and put aside our differences. Yeah, that's why I'll never tolerate people who oppress others.
Where is this coming from? This has, like, nothing to do with any of the themes of the game or anything. This feels like a really random thing to include, even if optional.
Humanity is rooted in weakness. To deny that is like denying humanity as a whole.
I don't know what you're
But
talking
the sad thing is, there are so many people who do, and it ends up hurting others. LGBTQ+ people, people with disabilities, people persecuted because of their race or religion. If I had wings, I'd fly around the whole world, give all those people a hug and tell them it's gonna be okay. And then grab my iron pipe and beat the crap out of those bastards who tormented them. I'll defend and protect minorities everywhere. I'm not gonna let any kind of backwards thinking, macho, prejudicial bullshit slide.
What is happening?
I love it. Let me give you 8 million yen.
Mom, more boobs.
I think we should go.
No, I meant to say more boobs.
He seems to be getting extremely emotional.
Sure.
Not that you could tell by the way he looks.
Great, we're done here. Huh. Oda's Diner isn't a location. He wasn't important to the game, but, like, Lemniscate isn't either. He's gonna be here somewhere. I wanted to get it out of the way because I'm only going to feel less emotionally stable as time goes on. I guess Iris's house? Angel says, I saw an article about this. It was inserted purely for Western audiences. I don't doubt that. It feels very stapled on. And, like, I get how it is meant to apply to, like, current events or whatever.
Date.
Okay.
Date.
Date.
Date. Date.
Meow.
Yep.
Meow, meow.
Yeah.
Iba, permission to shoot.
Granted.
Have you contracted TC-PERGE?
If that were the case, I wouldn't be here, Meow.
You know the Nirvana trial code? Everyone who solved it is being quarantined right now.
A vaccine has been developed. Quarantining procedures should adequately solve the problem.
Let's not jump to conclusions about that sort of thing. It's 2022.
Any damaged neurons in the brain should be repairable with nanomachines.
The nanomachines that were so expensive that Hitomi had to try and blackmail Sosajima to get access to them for her daughter, those nanomachines?
However, such a treatment is not simple or easy. If the rocket had launched, the country's health infrastructure would have collapsed and caused complete chaos.
Anyway, it's one big happy ending. Yeah.
Stigma, you are not. About Ryuki.
Please, don't talk about him. Please.
Oh, the surprise is that Ryuki is fine. Like, he's obviously not dead, and so I'm taking for granted the fact that he's not dead, but the surprise is gonna be that he's alive. It's like literally the same thing as the last game, where we have like a dramatic character loss, and it's like, oh no, there's stakes and consequences to the events of this game, and then like we're gonna find Ryuki and we're gonna be like, oh my god, Ryuki's alive, let's eat donuts in the bathroom, and then do like a dance number or whatever. Date. Hey, Iris. Yeah, why don't you tell me how you ended up at the stadium?
I was eating at Matsushita Diner. Out of nowhere, Ota rushed in and said,
"We're going to save humanity!"
Now, the weird thing is that he says that every day, so, like, we probably shouldn't have thought anything of it.
And, well, I thought that sounded kind of fun. Fun.
I mean, do you doubt Iris? That doesn't explain how he knew, but whatever, I don't actually care. Have you heard from Boss?
Oh, yeah. Vertical is male multiplied by female.
Oh, no.
I don't know what that means, but that's what she said.
Crap. Since I have no trust in this game, and I think that's well deserved at this point, just go ahead and write that down. You got that right? Vertical's male, multiplied by female. Sure, okay.
Vertical is male multiplied by female?
Why is this a puzzle? Anime, I want to ask those questions too, but I think that communally, we've reached a point in this game where we have to accept that asking any why question about a puzzle is futile.
Sounds meow-right erotic.
Why is this happening?
Is that the only thing you think about?
No, I need to talk to Hitomi too. Don't...
I think we're interrupting something here.
No, I think we were supposed to be here for this.
Anything.
Meow.
Let's go, BB. Yeah, good idea.
What is it?
Oh, nothing.
Hitomi is Iris's mother as well as Mizuki's elementary school teacher, and Date is Mizuki's adoptive father. Hitomi and Date are hitting on each other right now in front of Mizuki. How to describe what she's going through, though? Disgusting? Unbearable? Nothing she can do, I guess. But, like, at the end of the last game, they were in a position where they should be together, and then they weren't, and he put on a mask of a serial killer who had stolen his body. And you know what actually really, really bugs me about this? It took me until today to realize this, but... So, like, obviously the reason they did the ridiculous thing that's still, to this day, one of the most annoying things about this game, which is Date revealing the fact that he just looks like himself from the first game because they, like, essentially didn't want to use the proper character model because it wouldn't be recognizable, and so he just put on a mask. But that also means that he put on a voice changer? He had to do both. There's so much effort to interacting on a daily basis in order to just pretend to be a serial killer who stole your body. It's so weird. how big, like, there's not that much game left, Angel. Like, why is it necessary to spoil something? Is it important? Is it really important? Let's get this one out of the way. They not get the Falco VA, this was the solution. No, I think it's more to do with they want the recognizability of the main character from the first game. I mean, I feel like there's probably another branch, but like, Angel, I'm pretty sure there aren't any Somniums left. So like, I don't think it's gonna be long. We have time, we'll find out. Like, I'm expecting that. I'm expecting there to be a branch from putting in the null number or the nil number. I honestly can't remember, and it probably doesn't matter. You ever see Gen's face? We haven't so far.
You opened back up, huh?
Yeah, I can't let this affect me forever.
What, had he closed? Oh, he's the only one here. That actually feels pretty weird. How'd you end up at the stadium?
After you took Amame, Shoma and I stayed with Ryuki at the house. The bomb squad came and started to inspect the thermite bomb, and that's when we got a call. Ryuki was told that the Nirvana Initiative was going to take place at the stadium. From there, he must have made a plan. In order to prevent the spread of TC-PERGE, we needed to burn it. So, we grabbed the thermite bomb, punched our way through the bomb squad, and headed to the stadium.
I guess that explains why they wouldn't let them through the police barricade, even though they were police on police business. Is because they fought the bomb... They physically assaulted the bomb squad and then went rogue? I don't know why... I truly don't understand why in a game where, like, most of the protagonists are actively involved in law enforcement, there's so much, like, resisting arrest and, like, working against the police. Like, I don't understand why that's such, like, a thing in this game. About Mame. This will be another cheerful conversation, I suspect.
Genny, you knew that Mame killed Uru, didn't you?
Are you going to arrest me? For cooperating with a murderer?
Nah, I can't stay mad at that face. Look how happy he is.
I can't. It's not a crime just to know.
Unless you actively try to protect them.
In the end, I couldn't protect her. It's frustrating feeling so powerless. And I know not everyone will want to hear this, but I don't even think Amame should have been arrested. Her actions were totally justifiable. Her father was killed in such a brutal way. Not to mention Terror was planning a genocide. What's wrong with killing a person like that? I can't believe she's being punished for it.
I'm struggling with this too. Particularly because we were like, Kizuna killed a bunch of people with like a minigun. And I don't think she went to jail. But like, Amame killed one person who was a known serial killer. And the motivation to kill in both cases was essentially the same. In that it was like a dangerous psychopath planning genocide. Like, you heard from Boss? Do you have another clue for me? Riddle me this.
Oh, she had a message for you. Horizontal is darkness multiplied by light.
That might as well be true. So we're doing a crossword puzzle, I guess? Writing it down, I don't trust nobody. Can't make me trust nobody, you're not my dad.
I don't understand it, but that's what she told me to tell you.
Horizontal is darkness multiplied by light, huh?
I will continue to wait for Amame until the day she sits in that seat and smiles at me. She would be sad if she came back and the place was all run down.
Yeah, you know what? Someone was saying they wanted to see, like, a Phoenix Wright crossover with this game. This is where I would want to see it. I want to see Phoenix Wright defend Amame Doi in the murder of Uru Somizuki. even though it sort of goes against the tenets of Phoenix Wright. Because we don't typically argue that it was defensible that a murder happened.
So I'm going to work hard to keep this place running.
It's Gen. Alright, well, he's the only one here. Let's... So wait, if she's in prison, that means Oda's probably at Sunfish Pocket? Which frankly just feels kind of disrespectful. But if that's the case, we might as well get that out of the way, because it's not going to be a fun surprise that I'm trying to save for the end. It's actually going to be like a worst case scenario, right? Probably. We've already seen Iris. Like, who else would be at Sunfish Pocket if not like just Oda by himself? I can't say that there's a direct analog of like defending someone who killed a serial killer, exactly. Yeah, I cracked that code.
Look,
Hey,
Mizuki.
Ota.
I finally have an orichalcum trident.
Does anyone else see the redeeming factor in this scene? Someone must have realized how bad Ota was, and realized that there was one way that they could offset it.
Thanks for your business.
Oh, right. You own this place.
I guess that's true, huh?
Thanks, chump.
Oh shoot, I didn't even see Taxi Man. Yeah, there's Taxi Man too.
Don't you do like a friend discount?
Nah, man. Give me your money.
Nope.
That's not fair, Mizuki.
It's super fair. Give me your money, idiot.
I always give you free food at the Matsushita Diner, don't I?
Yeah, but your food sucks.
Yeah, free pickles. Cheapskate.
Oh, hang on. The Maid Cafe, Sunfish Pocket, was originally run by Mizuki's adopted father, Renju Okiura. Due to certain events 6 years ago, Mizuki has taken over. I wonder what events those could be. Like Taxi Man. Telling me bananas or something.
You don't recognize moi?
I kinda do.
I recognize you very well. You're the lady from Lemniscate.
That is accurate.
Me? I am but a humble taxi driver. I visit there often to escort the talent.
Why are you here?
I am a customer. The old hag at Matsushita Diner told me about this place.
Wow. Oda's right here. I think he can hear you.
Hey, that's my mom.
Katie says, I'm a bad person because I think it's okay to kill a serial killer if no one else is going to. Like, frankly, I feel like this is much more, like, at best, I feel like that is a moral gray area. Right? Like, I think it's generally well accepted that it is, like, okay to kill in self-defense to preserve your own life. It is okay if you have to, like, take someone else's life who's, like, actively trying to kill you. I feel like it's only, like, maybe one step removed from there to be like, is it okay to kill someone who is a serial killer and plans a genocide? Like, this game really wants you to think like Amame is like the worst kind of person, and it's like, I don't agree. It's not that she didn't commit a crime, but like, I feel like you'd probably stand a decent chance of defending yourself in a court of law. I really do.
Oh, is that right? The old hag recently concluded a job interview here.
I beg your pardon? What monster wrote this game? Do not defile the sanctity of Sunfish Pocket with Oda and Oda's mom.
Stop calling
Daddy
her
does
an old
not
hag.
approve!
Hold up. Job interview?
I guess it would ruin his time if she showed up here, though, huh? That'd be pretty weird.
Indeed.
As a mermaid?
No, I agree, Arcadius. Like, serial killer is really enough justification there, but, like, it strikes me as so absurd that this game tries to make that stance when he's like, it's not even simply that he's a serial killer, but he's, like, also planning a genocide. It's like, that's the kind of, like, by killing that guy, presumably, you're saving, like, a lot of lives. Also, in order to stop that same plan he was enacting, like, we killed a ton of people. It is strongly implied that we, and also people who aren't officers of the law, killed many people.
That would be the case.
Mom.
Oh, that perky mermaid tushy. I can't get enough of it.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
It's chaos in here.
Oh no! Yeah, taxi driver.
Wow, you surprised me.
Does anyone know this guy's name?
Mizuki, what are you doing here?
The Inspector. I feel like there might have been a point in this game where we found out his name and that it wasn't just Inspector.
I own the place.
Really?
What are you doing here?
Well, I wanted to investigate the day-to-day lives of young women.
Didn't he say that in one of his wink syncs?
As an inspector?
I need to know what's in. It's an important part of being an inspector.
It's right in the name. Inspector. Why is this so hard for you?
I feel like I said this before.
Oh, you don't have to say it. His name is Tsutsugamushi.
That is true. I remember someone saying that at one point.
No!
If that's not correct, then what's your name?
Hey, stop it! It's rude to ask someone their name so many times.
I've never heard that as an established social convention.
Encantado de conocerte. Me llamo Kagami. Me gustan las tetas grandes.
Did he just say what I think he said in Spanish? I think he did. I think he said something along the lines of that perky mermaid tushy. That's a choice. I know his name already. I don't think I need to ask again. I think I know his name. I probably don't need to ask. His name was stolen by a wicked witch. I'll ask him again.
His name was... I recall it was 6 letters. It began with Ka.
Was it... Kahora Instagu?
6 letters. Ka. I know. Your name is... Kanaiza!
She didn't even pronounce it the same way as the first game.
That's enough. Have mercy.
Inspector. Alright. Let's get this out of the way. Hey, Ota. Where'd you get the armored vehicle? Doesn't... we used it in the first game too, right? It belongs to MoMA?
It's a long story, so I'll cut right to it. So there we were. The 5 of us in the truck heading to the stadium.
Ota, Iris, Kizzy, Moma, and Leon, right?
I really don't understand why Kuzuno was there.
And we saw those 3 being held up by the riot police. Or, I guess, those 4.
Ryuki, Genny, Shoma, and Roboji.
I like that her voice dipped like, oh, you're talking about the robot.
They said they were headed to the stadium too, so we let them hop in the back.
Oh my god, Neko, that's such a good point. Kagami must love Ritsuko, which also means that they are the next love that we must protect at all costs. We must somehow get those 2 characters involved in a relationship, and they'll go to Kagami. That's the place, right? Anyway, says, how did you know that the world was ending and where to stop it? Yeah, we're probably not gonna get a good answer to that. The plot needed to happen, so he just knew.
Then we drove right through the barricade and saved the day.
It's weird that the game stance is that, like, we need to know, like, the physical mechanics of how everyone got there instead of explaining how it's possible that that happened. You heard from Boss? No, let's ask about Mame first.
This might make you kinda angry, but I think Mame is a hero. Think about it. Uru, the culprit of the HB case, brutally killed 3 people. Not to mention he tried to brainwash all of mankind, and Mame punished that evildoer.
In the name of the moon!
I can't condemn her for that.
Man, this game manages to keep surprising me in how upset it makes me. How is Ota the voice of reason in all of this?
What is it, Mizuki?
Well, I don't mean to defend what Uru did, but he was held captive underground since the age of 6. They took half his organs from him forcibly.
It's possible that they're both victims, you understand. but it's still the case that he is a serial killer. You understand?
When you take that into account.
Perhaps Chikara was the worst person.
No, I got you, Angel. That's a classic portmanteau. That's why we can never go back to the 5 and dime. And I'm not allowed to say anything other than that sentence.
Here's the way I see it. Evil is created from a greater evil.
The order of percent for some reason.
It is our mission to destroy the root of all evil.
Doesn't look like our mission's gonna end anytime soon.
It says, to be fair, he's gonna defend the mermaid he sent for so... That's not my problem! My problem is the fact that he's the only one making a reasonable argument. Everyone else is like, bad! Bad! Like, there's no, like... All they're saying is like, we are the police and so we must condemn murder. But, like, they do a bunch of murders themselves and do, like, a bunch of, like, shadier stuff like kidnapping, drugging, and probing people's minds against their will. Arcadia says, do you think anyone in this game is worse to look at than Oda's father? God, no. Do you realize what a high bar that is to cross? Gen defended her too. Yeah, but, like, Gen is, like, super biased, and he was basically just, like... You know... Like, Oda actually made an argument. Gen was just like, I will stand by her. Have you heard from Boss?
Yeah, she gave me a message for you. Female is 6.607.
Oh my god. So this is going to be the null number that
sure
is
what
the
that's supposed to
equation.
mean,
Is
but
the solved
there it is.
equation. We actually, so what we need is, we need the variable male, the variable darkness, the variable light, and then some relationship between vertical and horizontal to actually make it into like a puzzle.
What could that mean?
It's supposed to talk to everyone. Stop trying to solve the puzzle with like 2 pieces.
For now. We got the info, so let's go somewhere else. Yeah, good idea.
The Kumakura office. Well, on the bright side, even though Lemniscate's not here,
Oh, it's you guys.
there's no bright side. I rescind. I withdraw my question.
What's up with your voice? It's a Vochlocho.
So the Vochlocho, like, never mattered to the plot. We established this unbelievably convoluted sci-fi borderline device that, like, didn't matter to the plot at all.
Vochocho? It stands for Voice Changing Lock Choker.
To be clear, it doesn't stand for that, because look at how stupid it is to try and highlight the parts of it that stand for that.
I borrowed it from MoMA 6 years ago, but I don't use it anymore, so I returned it.
My organs. The whole existence of that was just to explain that Tuxedo Mask had a voice changer? But, like, you can just get a voice changer. Like, that's just real technology. It wasn't even like she was impersonating a specific voice. She was just using a voice changer to hide her own voice. The big thing about the Vochlocher was that you could, like, download someone's voice profile and make it sound like a person you know. It could have been anything. Terror has one of those. And we never questioned that.
Awful honorable of you. Never thought I'd get it back.
Ugh. Hey, how's your kid?
Thankfully, my kid's doing good. My marriage was annulled and I don't have custody.
Okay, that was a lot of a sentence.
But every birthday, I get a few pictures sent to me. Nowadays, seeing those pictures is what keeps me working hard every day.
Don't make me cry, idiot!
Did you go back to the gang? I'm getting a sense that perhaps you did.
Yeah, 6 years ago. I was in prison for a little bit, but I served my sentence. Yeah, 6 years ago. I shot my gun at Sunfish Pocket.
It did happen, and there wasn't a good explanation for
I'm
that.
out.
What about your directing job?
I can't go back to that. It's not easy for a convicted felon to get a job. So I came back here and begged for another shot.
Wow, what another dark turn the epilogue has taken. What is happening?
Oh, you talking about Dokta?
Is that how you would pronounce that? But yeah, I think so.
Contracted TC-PERGE.
I mean, that much I'm aware
He's being
of.
quarantined in the hospital right now.
I hear they were able to get rid of the virus, but it's gonna be some time until he gets his head back in line.
Miss Chinpei. Alright, receptionist, let's do this. What are you doing here?
I was checking some job hunting websites and I saw this place.
Why would you work here? Lemniscate's great, even though I don't pay you or whatever.
So now I work here Fridays.
Okay.
Oh, don't worry, I'm still working at Lemniscate. But they won't make me full-time, ever. Isn't that right, Miss President?
Oh, sorry. I don't handle the personnel stuff.
What's your job here?
Making tea, answering the phone, slicking up the gats.
And I'm gonna stop you right there because I don't mean to tell you how to do your job, but we are sort of the police.
So old school. Did I hear something about oil and guns?
Probably not.
She's also in charge of puff puffing. What is that?
A receptionist. Very well. Why do you have the Vochlocho on?
No reason. Just fucking around with it.
He was saying, Mama, I love you. Marry me.
Gag. Shinpei, get your knife ready. You're cutting off your finger.
No.
There's this heavy rain. Can I have that ring?
What? Why would I do that?
Nah, just give it to
Just
me.
look at Phoebe. Her outfit is in shambles.
No, you're on this side.
I want to buy her new clothes. Please? Leave me alone. I like my clothes. What is this?
That made me cry. Beautiful sisterly love. Hey, you guys are all right. Take that ball the dragon is holding. It's solid gold.
If we get enough of them, it'll even grant a wish.
I can't take that.
Don't worry about it. Quartz made me a hell of a lot of cash back in the day.
Stop calling me that. Hey, Mizuki, did you just take the ball? I don't know what you're talking about.
Presume it's the one from over there, but yeah, I guess, yeah. What were you waiting for? I don't even understand the question.
Yeah, that boss lady sent word. She told me you two'd be coming. She said to tell you this. Darkness is 5.479.
What a pointless interlude. I wonder if this will at least turn out to be some sort of interesting number or something.
I have no idea what it means. So, Ritsu, it's time for the Puff Puff.
Roger that. The usual.
Hang on, this is important. Ritzy is probably the receptionist. Her name is Ritsuko. Yeah, it's in the file. We know this.
Please, no.
All right, Nomad. Can you close your eyes for me?
Got it. Like this?
Now, hold still.
Okay.
Ritsu, come on.
Hi-ya! Noma, are you ready?
Yeah, let's do this.
Okay, here we go.
I hope you mean your face.
3, 2, 1.
Why does Shinpei allow this?
The smooth sensation.
Like, clearly the geometry is wrong, right?
I'm addicted to this feeling.
Like, you just have to know this is wrong. And I don't just mean how uncomfortable all of this is, particularly employing Ritsuko, but, like, you just have to know that this isn't, like, yeah, it's clearly not her. On top of that,
The voice is the only thing salvaging this from being the most perverted thing I have
how
ever
is that
seen.
better? How does the voice make it better? You realize the voice is because he, like, lusts after, like, a teenage girl, right? Like, that's not better, that's worse.
No, I think the voice makes it worse.
I agree, Tuxedo Mask.
Let's go, BB. Please, let's. Wow! Wow! So soft!
The receptionist. I can't really see from here, but I bet she has a smug look on her face. Okay, let's, Misatan Department Store. Not
Shoma,
surprised by this.
It's okay. You don't have to beat around the bush. I thought long and hard about how to feel about my sister. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't sad. But I can't be down forever.
About Komeiji.
I think about it a lot. 6 years ago, my dad took Jin's body from the amusement park. If only I had noticed back then, maybe none of this would have happened.
Could everyone stop excusing Komeiji? What gives with this? He is to blame for his own actions. He was an adult. He wasn't a human, but he was an adult.
Have you heard of the multiverse theory? There are multiple universes. So that means there's a universe that's just like ours, but with a slightly different history.
Yeah, you know, I might even speculate that there's a universe where you and your father reconciled, and we never stopped terror, but we somehow considered that to be a good ending.
That's the idea. If that were true, maybe Dad is out there somewhere, in another universe.
Ah, he's the Scarlet Witch.
Yeah, that's what I think. Andy's Komeiji lives on happily somewhere.
Yeah, I think you're right.
What is this game's deal with Komeiji? Why does it care so much about him? He sucks.
I'm sure you know already, but she's at the detention center.
Waiting for Phoenix Wright, I presume.
I've gone to see her every day. With Genny. But we can't really talk much. She's always crying.
Yeah.
But her lawyer said that due to the circumstances, her sentence might not be too long.
The person that Amame killed was trying to brainwash all of mankind. Some people even think she's a hero.
If only I knew someone who'd already said that. What about Nirvana X?
The number code? I know how to solve it. First, change the letters to numbers.
Oh, this
A
thing.
is 1, B is 2, C is 3, and so on.
Using that cipher.
From there, solve it the same way as the BATS 490 code. Zigzag from the top left and go from top to bottom.
Oh.
Right.
It's the same as before.
Host and ring dig.
Yeah, host unrained.
Hora inst undig.
No, she's correct. You're clearly wrong. Is this the game's way of trying to acknowledge how bad that puzzle is? Because my assumption the whole time is that just made more sense in Japanese. Like, the characters were, like, phonetic in a different way that didn't translate to letters, and it just wouldn't work the same way.
The puzzle of the pieces of paper in the balloons was solved in a similar manner.
3, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8, 1, 3, 9, 7, 1, 4, 5. What does that mean?
The numbers start with 35 and 139, right? Which means they're probably coordinates in Tokyo. So in other words, north 35.6778, east 139.7145. That's the answer.
Those coordinates point to...
The stadium?
The stadium. So the Nirvana X code is on February 15th, 12 o'clock. Come to the stadium. That was the message.
Okay, but again, that doesn't make any sense. Because ultimately it turned out that the stadium is where the rocket was being launched from. So there's no need to gather a bunch of people there. Instead, you would want to gather people somewhere else and fire the rocket from that place at the place where people were gathered. It just doesn't make sense.
Yep, that's right.
Oh, good. The reason I couldn't solve this puzzle a week ago is because my memory from 6 years ago, parentheses, the piece of paper in the balloon, was forgotten. Had I remembered, it still wouldn't make any sense. You'd have no reason to apply that cipher. You heard from Boss?
Boss? No, I haven't.
Okay.
Hey, Castlearg, thank you for the resub. How's it going? Did you just say
Anyway,
okay to that?
I'm going to continue to live my life with Big Sis. I'm going to work hard to become a robot developer, and I'll continue to support her.
He'll appear to be a prodigy, even though he's like 50 years old as a 12-year-old
Until
boy.
the day someone else who can comes along.
I'm rooting for you. Good luck.
Pointless interlude. Yoyogi Park? What do I think of the exciting finale so far? Let's hope the microphone can pick this one up. Does that help? Does that answer your question? I could be quoted as saying this game is worse than
Mizuki.
Zero Time Dilemma, if that helps.
How are you?
Can you not call me that?
Aw, come on. You used to like that name.
Only in objective sense. I still hate Zero Time Dilemma more because of what it represents. And he says, I'm sure we're about to get an amazing dance number. Be that true or be that not true, it will be the same dance number we've seen several times. Alright, hey, how's everybody doing? About going to Horodori Institute on February 12th, 6 years ago.
Huh? Why do you ask?
I'm just curious.
Late that night, I went to the basement of Horodori Institute. With Quartz.
But there was nothing there.
This really ranks highly as one of the dumbest, attempts to patch their bad plot holes.
It was just an empty space.
The slicer was hidden under the floor, and there was no door going to Uru's room.
There might have been a way in, but we didn't have time to look.
Can you explain why that's true?
Yeah. Right after we got down there, we heard footsteps.
We ran out of Horodori Institute after getting up the stairs.
What was Tuxedo
I
Mask's
only stole
job?
from people who made dirty money. Or else Quartz wouldn't approve. Then Quartz would donate her share to orphanages all over the country.
So you were like bandits of justice.
Yeah, but the woman who killed the serial killer is the real villain.
How amazing.
That might be overstating it.
How'd you end up at the stadium, Leanne? I'm guessing you're gonna give me a really stupid answer like I took the subway, instead of, actually answering the crux of that question.
That.
I contacted Leon. I thought he could help.
Oh my god, we got a real answer.
And Kizuno was listening in on the conversation.
Yes. I asked if there was any way I could help.
And for some reason it was assumed there would be a minigun you could use to commit many murders that you were for some reason exonerated of.
We will put an end to Terror's plan. I could not simply stay put there.
Considering the circumstances, it makes sense that Leon wouldn't decline, thwarting Terror's plan. I am sure he wanted Kizuna present to witness his heroism.
I'm not sure I actually agree with that. That's so cynical. I don't think that's actually, a good read on his character. I feel like he would be okay with her being a part of it because it's what she wanted. But I don't think he would have, like, made her come along to watch him be awesome. I don't think that's the kind of person he is.
I started to think of a plan. I wanted to take Kizzy there, but she had to be safe, no matter what. And that's when I remembered the armored vehicle. I knew it was at the Kumakura's. So I called Moma and asked if I could borrow it. Moma said,
"Sounds like fun. How about I tag along? And as for who's driving, I know a guy."
That explains Ota.
Nothing explains Ota.
I see.
Leah, he has the biggest thing. Hey, about that Gatling gun.
Oh, what I was shooting at the stadium? It was loaded with rubber bullets.
At some point, I have to stop playing this game. It's definitely killing my brain cells.
I could never intentionally kill someone.
But, like, how would you even know that? She acted as though she, like, literally just found it stowed away in the truck and then pulled it out and started shooting. I feel like she would have killed people, and it just, at best, happens that that was true, and that she fired... For some reason, the Yakuza armored vehicle has the most inefficient minigun of all time in it. That, like... Even though they're, like, criminals who aren't afraid to kill, they have a minigun filled with non-lethal bullets. Like, what is the purpose of that?
"You're so nice, Kizzy."
What happened to running away together?
We canceled.
Why?
My father...
Accepted our relationship.
Seriously?
Is it because you jeopardized his daughter's life by taking her to the stadium where cultists and terrorists were trying to shoot you to death?
You know how the press began to report on our deeds at the stadium?
No, but I'll take your word for
We agreed
it.
to some interviews.
And that's where we just came out and said it. Kizzy and I are together.
And so, my father can no longer deny our relationship.
That's not really what that means, but okay.
The two of them were partially responsible for saving humanity.
But again, Amame is the real villain.
There's no way he could force them to break up now.
I'm happy for you. Congrats, you two.
That's such... What terrible reasoning. They work together to save the world, so he has to accept this guy that he's said terrible things about that he doesn't believe is good for his daughter. He has to. Because they both fought terrorists together. That's how things work.
Yeah. Thanks to you both.
I am very grateful.
You heard from Boss?
Yes, I did hear something. She wanted me to tell you. Light is 25.5.
Uh-huh, uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Well, we need to get going now.
See you later.
Goodbye, little big sis and big sis.
You're gonna stick with that, huh?
Hey, I know. Why don't we go to Island Garden? Is Rishi Chieda a politician? I thought he was just a businessman. Isn't he just a businessman? Isn't he just like a wealthy guy? Like a philanthropist and a businessman?
Mr. Chieda, nice to see you.
Oh, Mizuki Kuranushi.
Please don't call me that. I'm supposed to be called Big Sis.
It would be a little strange to call you that.
Do you remember me too?
Of course I do. You were only 3 when the Okiura family took you in. I never thought that girl was really you. Both of you have grown so much. You two used to cry and cry. Now you're both police officers. I'm proud that you've grown up to be such good people.
Let's talk to the nurse. Why are you here, nurse?
Yeah. I wonder. I kinda just wanted to be here.
Yeah, that might as well happen. Just kinda wanted to?
Screw it. This is my last chance. I want some more screen time.
What are you talking about?
Why is this nurse the Deadpool of this franchise?
Mom! Mom, are you watching? Look at me!
Maybe she's contracted TC-PERGE.
We should let the authorities know.
It's a nurse. You know, just like a nurse. You know, like a nurse. Oh, let's see. So the person who leaked the story of the Horodori Institute...
Yes, that was me. I didn't have proof, but I suspected that they were doing morally questionable research there.
By the way, I'm almost positive that this voice actor is one of the most annoying characters in Zero Time Dilemma. Took me a really long time to figure it out, and now every time I hear him, I get mad.
And that you two were subject to it. I wasn't ignoring the signs. I only noticed it a few years after you two came here, and I acted on it right away. I went straight to the police. They told me they couldn't do anything without proof, so I leaked the information to the press, which led to the institute being closed.
And then continued to fund Horodori's research when he reopened it, and was definitely still sketchy.
I did it for the two of you.
But didn't you help it reopen?
Uh-huh.
I'm having trouble following your logic.
Uh-huh.
Yes, that. I spoke to your cohort, Ryuki, about this.
I know what clip they're about to play, which is him saying that, like, he doesn't care about how sketchy Horodori is as long as it's helping children. But you already know that he's harmful to children.
Human experimentation is intolerable. But the other research being done at Horodori Institute was extremely valuable and had a bright future. There were many hardworking people there that had nothing to do with what was happening behind the scenes.
Right, but you still hired Shikara Horodori, the guy who did the bad stuff.
And at that point, the two of you were no longer affiliated with Horodori Institute.
Oh, it was all because of us. You only cared about these two children. Not children at large, but these two children. Now I get it.
Which is why I provided the money for the reopening.
So I'm just gonna chalk this one up as another plot hole. You can try to explain it this way, but it's a falsehood. It's a lie.
I did it so I could keep an eye on them and prevent them from continuing their illicit research.
I mean, it's a little hard to recall precisely what the timing would be because of all the timey-wimey nonsense. Wasn't it implied that some of this research was going on up until the... I mean, it was going on up until, like, it reopened, right? Because it, like, reopened in, like, 6 years ago time, and, like, they were still definitely experimenting on Shoma? So, like, they were definitely still doing illicit research? When we were young, I know that song.
You were both bundles of energy, I'll tell you that much. You ripped the swing right off its chains. And Mizuki, you tore the pipes off the jungle gym and played cat's cradle with them.
And none of that seemed concerning to anybody. Hey, am I mistaken? I think I see the flame spell sitting next to the jungle gym over there. I think it's still rendered there from the Somnium? Whoops.
Whenever you did something bad, myself and the other staff scolded you. You would both cry and literally run through walls. I'm sure you can still see the damage in some of them.
So funny and not concerning.
Whatever you did, no one was upset with you.
At some point, I have to stop playing this game. It's making me dumber.
After you cried, you would both have such bright smiles it made everyone else smile too.
Sounds like us.
Yes, I remember them well. Your smiles haven't changed a bit.
Okay, what research?
It's called PERGE, DNA treatment.
This is not the same as TC-PERGE, of course.
It's the good guy version. It's wearing a different color outfit.
TC-PERGE was a virus that was created using PERGE technology.
Even now, I don't think financing Horodori Institute was a mistake.
I question you.
They were able to create the technology for PERGE. That technology can save countless lives, including yours.
What?
Last year, we developed a revolutionary genome editing method we call PERGE. With this, genetic diseases that were previously too difficult to treat, for example, severe congenital heart diseases, are now curable.
Baby, that's great news! Your illness can be cured!
Oh.
What is it?
Well,
I'm about to drop dead, so it's too late.
It's just so much to process. I'm happy for you, BB. Yeah. Mr. Chieda, thank you.
Do you think Tuxedo Mask gets tired of every single person she knows calling her something different because they all know her from different points in time and have different nicknames for her? Another one. Oh my god. Such a complex story. Ugh. Would never be able to explain to you how upsetting that sentence makes me. TC-PERGE was created using Purge technology. If Ryuki didn't invest in Horodori Institute, it would never have happened. Stop looking at the plot hole. It's important that you ignore the plot hole and enjoy the fact that this contributes to the happy ending that the author of this game wanted for you. At the same time, Mizuki Kuronushi's heart condition wouldn't have been treated. The technology itself is neither good nor evil. It's dependent on the person who uses it. Is this game for real right now? I guess I can comment on moral issues every now and then. Again, it's really important to me on a personal level that you keep in mind that Amame is the real villain in this game, as far as it is concerned. All this weird, dark moral ambiguity, and the one person who faces consequences is the woman who killed a serial killer planning genocide. Kizuna and Liet.
Please, don't ask me about that. I've already told Kizuna everything.
I guess he doesn't want to talk about their relationship.
Should that surprise me?
It's not.
You heard from Boss?
Your adoptive mother. She gave me a message. Male is 5.4.
Okay. Let's take a moment. Okay. I'm gonna need the calculator because some of these are weird decimals and I'm just not dealing with it. I'm gonna do long multiplication live on stream. Come on, calculator app. I believe in you. Nope, you loaded calendar for some reason. Okay, great. That's the same thing I wanted. Okay, so vertical is male times female. So that is 6.607 multiplied by 5.4. So that is 35.6778. And horizontal equals darkness multiplied by light, which is 5.479 times 25.5, which is 139.7145. Now looking at these are probably coordinates in Tokyo and not the nil number, right? Probably what that means. Let me reorient my windows after doing that.
Mr. Chieda, we're going to get going now.
Come back again soon.
I choose not to.
And please, continue to keep an eye on Kizuna.
We will. Yeah, of course.
She killed a lot of people. I refuse to alter my headcanon on that one. Oh, now we can go to Nye's, even though the first place we went to told us to go to Nye's. Now we can go to Nye's. Is that because that's where the coordinates lead, or is that a coincidence? I assume that these are coordinates in Tokyo that will lead us to whichever location has the surprise, which is that Ryuki is alive. This is my assumption.
It's still bothering me. I know what you're thinking. What Mama said, right?
Go to Nye's. The hidden secret can be found there.
You know what would have made me laugh out loud really hard? Is if the scene started with the same dialogue that was like, I know what you're thinking. It's about what Mama said. And then it cut to her being like, Lien has the biggest thing out of all of your friends. And then, like, somehow that was, like, actually the answer, and Tuxedo Mask was like, yeah, I thought for sure it was Oda for some reason. Like, why else would people talk to him?
But what's the last secret? I guess the only thing left is Tokiko. Why did she kill herself? Why did she order Amame to do those things?
Echo says, I take stress damage every stream. Have you not noticed the fact that I keep making a gamble for everyone in chat as to whether I will fail my resolve check? Which, to be clear, I have done.
Taking Jin's left half to the stadium. And taking her own body to the president's office, too.
Yeah.
Why did Tokiko do all that?
Yeah, it's a really good question, considering that it seems important to the plot, and the game disregards it entirely so that the answer can be the stadium. Hi, Tokiko Hologram. Happy birthday to you.
It is Tokiko's hologram.
Yes, of course. Top of the morning.
This was among the data that was sent to me by Tama.
What an important thing to try and explain.
Welcome. I apologize, but I am currently unavailable.
Man, this is much nicer than my voicemail.
If you do not mind, if it's no trouble, would you guide me to Moksha?
What?
Hand it over. We know what's coming. Give it to me.
I will tell you a number.
Please tell me the number.
It is a crucial figure that can create a seam in this false world.
I've been anticipating this for dozens of hours. Please give me the number.
It is called the nil number.
It's that, yeah, that one.
Are you prepared? Please take note of it.
Give it. Give it to me. Oh, screw you, game. Nice. 1096996. Seems correct. 1096996. No, wait, I've written something wrong. Oh, 696. I thought it was 7 numbers. I really remembered it being 7 numbers that I needed. It's been a while, though. 696. Okay. Is correct. I have it correct.
And now...
The number is random for every file, and ours just happens to be nice? Is that really accurate? Is that really accurate?
I will look forward to the day we meet again.
Okay,
but
bye.
I'm not talking about them, of course. Ryuki? No, not Ryuki either. But you.
Hi, Tokiko.
The one listening to me now.
Big fan.
Yes, the Freyer. You.
Long-time listener, first-time hologram.
Now.
Wow, I feel privileged to have such a nice nil number. I did not realize they were unique to every copy of the game or whatever. It's the first time I've gotten lucky playing this game, probably. Okay, bye. You all can ignore that. That's for me. That's not for you. I don't think I attributed that to anyone. I just asked Demolition because someone called him out on it.
What are we doing here?
I mean, it's Googleable. I don't know. It's probably why they have only one save slot for the game. That might be true, but like, if it works on every new save file, then wouldn't there still, like, you wouldn't do it the same way you did the last game, where you have like a limited capacity of saved files, but you just keep saving over them. You would do them like an old like SNES game, and like your progress is recorded on one save file, but you could have different save files.
What? You mean you don't get it, BB?
Oh, are these the exact same coordinates that Shoma gave us? Probably.
Boss's present is probably here. Why do you think that? Remember what Iris said?
Iris?
Vertical is male multiplied by female.
Of course, that explains everything.
Now, insert the numbers that Mr. Chieda and Ota gave us.
Male is 5.4.
Female is 6.607.
5.4 times 6.607 equals 35.6778.
That's the vertical coordinate.
This game is wildly inconsistent in how it handles things that might be described as puzzles.
The horizontal.
Horizontal is darkness multiplied by light.
Darkness is 5.479.
You know, I would have forgiven you for letting him use his normal voice. That's fine.
Light is 25.5.
5.479 times 25.5 equals 139.7145.
Okay, those numbers, 35.6778 and 139.7145. Don't they sound familiar?
I guess is what Shoma said, but like, we're taking...
Yeah.
North 35.6778.
I see.
The vertical and horizontal were... Which is here.
I'm just gonna...
Present
It's
must
obviously
be
here.
But...
It's obviously here, okay? It's a new robot. It's Robiji, because it's the second son. This is creepy. Couldn't boss have just given them coordinates?
Pretty big.
Yeah, it feels like that would be easier, doesn't it? But, like, Boss is really good at making things difficult for no reason, so that's one of the only things she's done in character in this game.
It is somewhat unnerving.
Not something that would make a kid cheer with joy.
I mean, there could be candy in there.
Anyway.
Why don't you open it?
Okay.
At least it's not a cake. Because if it was a big cake, then there could be a stripper in there, because it's Somnium Files, and, like, that would happen, right? Like, that could happen.
Scary!
It's fine. It will not explode.
Are you sure? This is Boss we're talking about.
So it seems like it could explode.
Well, I suppose I can't be sure.
I know. X-ray.
Don't X-ray me, it's me, Ryuki. Oh my god, I'm so surprised there was no way to anticipate this most obvious turn of fate.
Took you long enough. I was suffocating in there.
Ryuki.
Ryuki?
Ryuki!
And I'm here too.
Have we ever actually confirmed? Surprise, it's TC-PERGE. Did Tuxedo Mask ever actually forgive Ryuki? Doesn't she still kind of hate him?
Tama.
Your body. You're healed?
I'm perfectly fine.
Didn't, like, Mizuki get shot, like, 3 times as many times as Ryuki got shot?
Not perfect. His wounds still haven't healed.
But I feel no pain at all.
I'm addicted to Oxycontin.
Because I got you hopped up on painkillers.
Oh god, that's okay.
You need to go back to the hospital.
It's fine.
It's not fine.
It's not
I
fine.
had to do it. Boss
Hey Ryuki, I hear you can walk now. I have a favor to ask you.
This is so dumb. Couldn't it just have led them to the hospital? Couldn't it lead them to the hospital where he was recovering like a reasonable person?
I want to set up a little surprise for those two.
Like, couldn't you just send them to the hospital? You chose where this would happen. Just send them to the hospital.
And if you say no, I'm demoting you. Good luck.
So, yeah.
How mean. She's the devil. But I'm glad you're okay, Ryuki. You seem to be doing well.
Yes. Congratulations, Ryuki.
Congratulations. I wish I had the Evangelion clip queued up.
Thank you.
If it didn't work out, the dumb puzzle would have just have suffocated to death in that box. Actually, if we didn't work out the puzzle, then no one would be there to save Sean Mars from the origami killer, is actually what happens. Yeah, Demolition got it.
I'm sorry we made you worry.
You two are like...
I want to point out, in addition to all the other stupid things, that, like, Tama basically is a cell phone and simply could have called them and been like, hey, gang, it's me, Tama, everyone's fine, nothing is
a
ruined.
married couple.
Well...
You can't be serious.
All right, everyone, listen up.
Oh god. It dance time. It time for dance sequence. It's dance time, everyone! You all knew it was coming, and you know what else is coming.
Here we go.
It's time for you all to ruin the dance sequence with all of your favorite sound clips, used in whatever fashion you deem fit. Ready?
Let's celebrate Ryuki's full recovery.
Ready?
It's not a full recovery.
It's not a full recovery.
Anyway, we have a special dance for you. Please watch us.
A special dance? Could it be the same dance we've seen repeatedly?
Start the music!
Giraffe.
Picture an egg.
Daddy does not approve. This is very good.
Giraffe.
This is extremely good.
Babe?
Daddy does not approve.
Oh my gosh.
There was no way to anticipate that this would be exactly the same dance that we previously did. This is the best thing that's happened in this game, is chat. Chat, special thanks to you for being the best part of this game.
Squeak, squeak.
This is very good.
Daddy does not approve. Jason, Jason.
It's such a special dance that we've seen it so many times that every character who's come in contact with it has memorized it without trying.
Gosh.
Babe?
Oh, darn. Oh, darn.
How come, like, Iris isn't here for this? Doesn't she love this stuff, too?
Daddy does not approve.
You know what I want? At the end of this dance sequence, I want the camera to abruptly cut to Shia LaBeouf sitting in the theater by himself and giving a standing ovation to the Shia LaBeouf, actual Campbell Shia LaBeouf music video. I want that clip in there. That's how this ends.
Picture an egg.
Is like he's the audience for this.
Picture an egg.
Babe?
Giraffe.
That sounds dirty.
Sir? Babe?
That sounds threatening.
Sir?
That's probably hilarious in Japanese.
Squeak, squeak.
I don't even know how to react to whatever's happening now.
Squeak, squeak.
Didn't kind of fit the syllable scheme.
Maybe, just maybe.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe, not maybe.
Babe?
Didn't we...
Oh my gosh.
At least Kaniza is here. That's really important to me.
Daddy does not approve.
Oh, Richi Chieda's here also. That feels very important. Not sure why we taught the robot how to do this. That felt unnecessary.
Picture an egg.
That's weird. Why is this happening? What was that about? Hey, can we talk about how, to this point, we still haven't done anything with Ryuki's twin brother? His tragic backstory?
Squeak, squeak.
We do look really cute when we're kicking some ass, but every time we fight it makes me want to cry. The tears will build up on the inside. Lonely girls across the world.
Where are them bathroom donuts at?
Babe?
Oh, darn.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
this is... The robot really does feel like a ludicrous inclusion somehow. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, right, Demolition? Like, is Thomas supposed to be real now? I don't know what that weird interlude was where she's like touching his face $5. You know who's missing from this group? I feel like Falco's actual face should have been here in addition to Date pretending to be Saito Sejima. Oh man. So we good here? Can we go enter the nil number? It's a nice number. Someone should do like an analysis of all that talking there and see if anything important is being said. Yeah, right. Like, there's no reason not to show Falco. We might as well. Look, like even Amame could be there. Frankly, like none of this matters. Just say Smith. Okay. I understand. Oh, hang on. We got resolution ends. We got Kizuna's song and Amame's song. Great. Unlocked eyeballies function. Wait time for questions now 0 seconds. In picture book, play with eyeballies that you met in the past function. Give answers to questions from now on too. But like with that much unlimited power, there's almost no point. Okay, great. Let's no, not the bonus menu. This one. Yes, this one. Load this one. Guess I need to save.
Thanks, chump.
I like that it only had that as the verbal recap. Okay, great. Hang on. Where do I enter it? It's when you first talk to her, right? So that should be here. That should be here, I think. Yeah, okay. They specifically put, like, Frey in there, like, multiple times. No, that's actually... I need to click that. Yeah, what about the nice Japan President's Office? This seems like a great thing to do. Ought to know. I can't say I was immediately anticipating a transition from nothing.
Welcome. I'm the president of the Japanese Knights at Law's branch, Tokiko Shigure.
And may the force be with you.
I apologize for visiting so late at night. I'm from the...
Skip. Give me control of the game. Okay, first, we're gonna save. We're just gonna save? We're just gonna do that. Because my save file's from yesterday, and it makes me anxious. Data is saved. One more time? One more again? Terrific. Okay. So now... I actually forget if you need to talk to him.
Considering the...
And we're gonna skip this, because you get the prompt after all of this conversation. Then Ryuki says something accusing her of being a cult, and then she gets, like, the huffiest that Tokiko is capable of getting.
That's the non-Yapol X.
Okay, and then...
Anyway, I was...
Oh wait, no, it's here. This is the thing.
More and more embellished as they were passed on. Rumors, NICE is a perfectly legitimate ideological society.
Just a perfectly legitimate ideological society. What else is there to say?
Our headquarters are located in New York, with many branches in cities.
We're definitely not an overt terrorist organization / serial killer.
This is one such branch. This is a common misconception, but NICE is not a religious organization. We are a group of like-minded individuals who act together.
And that is?
The simulation theory. And if it is made by... If you tear at the seam...
How will you tear at the seams of the world?
Between the warp and weft. I don't... You will, son. It is a prophecy.
Picture an egg. What is that?
Yep.
It's a hand sign we use. It's meant to resemble the sign behind me. By the way, would you mind if I asked you a question?
What is it?
Are you perhaps a Freyer?
Freyer?
Frey, I thought I heard that somewhere.
What?
I can't imagine where.
Are you a Freyer?
That me.
Hey, Ryuki.
As I thought. Then you've realized this world is fictional.
I've been playing a game the whole time, man.
Am I correct?
Which it says, imagine saying no after all this time. Go to all the trouble of loading it up and going back to that conversation, be like, nah. And it's like, okay, I guess we'll just play the game. Are you sure you know what you're doing? Is the world fictional? Yeah, man.
Ryuki, what's gotten into you?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Please tell me the nil number. If you truly are a Freyer, you should know it.
I know it because it's so nice. What a nice number it is. 109696. Hi, Tokiko. Bye, Tokiko. Chapter diverge. Correct. To be honest, I hadn't thought of it in that way, but you have a point. Did he say what I think he just said, but in Spanish? Oh, that's good.
What?
That's fine.
Tama.
He's literally T-posing. Oh. Tama's gone. There's only Zool. AI function currently stopped. Self-healing program started. Hey, buddy! Wow, I did not expect that coming from you of all people. It's Tokiko's secretary! Mamoru? Or... not? What's going on?
Thank you. Why are you surprised?
Great question.
Die.
Obviously not.
Let me show you the real world.
Sparkling something splendor? Dang it, I should know that by now. We're definitely going on a magic carpet ride, right?
I am this space.
Tokiko's so good.
Tokiko said find me. Where could she be?
Hide and seek, begin. Oh, that's great. I'm clipping through the desk. That's great. Wow, that's pretty, Wow, Tungsten sure does change a place. Huh? Oh. Let's go over here. This is all very cool and normal. This might as well happen. Hey, what's worse, this or listening to Terror on the stadium speaker? What do you think? Hi, Tokiko. May the force be with you, or whatever. Terror is worse? Interesting. I thought that'd be close. It doesn't seem like that's close. It's still Tokiko singing Happy Birthday.
Do you understand?
Do I have to answer that question? I don't understand.
No, that is not the case. You must already realize. that you have transcended the logic of causality. How did you know about the nil number?
The game?
My hologram only discusses that fact 6 years into the future.
Oh, dang, son.
And it is not Ryuki who will be told. The two Mizukis. We will tell them the nil number.
That's a really specific program to put in place.
But for some reason, you already knew. Why is that? Can you explain? This is a logical paradox. This is an enormous seam in the structure of this world. It has been rent, and the reality beneath has been exposed. Do you recall what I told you?
You sang happy birthday, is that what you were talking about?
If you tear at the seams of a cloth, it will unravel, and a hole will be created. This is the result.
Oh, okay.
We are in that hole now. In an empty space, torn into the false world itself.
I do need to know why Amame needed to be involved. This is important. Okay, you're not gonna answer that one. How about why did you kill yourself? Great. How about that nil number? How about Hamhocks?
You asked me 3 questions. All of them have the same answer.
Is it Hamhocks?
In order to experience this moment now, we did this. Although I suppose it is more accurate to say what we are about to experience.
Is it the same dance number, but with everyone T-posing and glitching like crazy? I'd be down for that.
The intersection between the warp and weft. That's where the seam can occur. Everything happened to make this happen, and what is about to happen. The reality is, this world will eventually collapse.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna put the PlayStation in rest mode, like, relatively soon.
I have reached moksha.
Oh, cool, great. Happy for you. Here, have one of these. Yeah, that's nice.
Thanks to you. Further explanation is unnecessary.
Probably true.
I will not allow you to call this charity, but I will grant you one of 2 options.
Ooh.
Ryuki is about to return to the original world.
Uh-huh.
When that happens, you can share this information with him, or not share this information with him. Which do you choose? I leave that decision to you.
I mean, obviously we tell him, right? Because if we don't tell him, then it's just the game. It's just the game we already played, right? Like, it seems like there's no point to not tell him. Right? Am I wrong? I feel like I'm correct in this? Room temperature beverage sure means something different when the room temperature's like 90 degrees. Share information with Ryuki? Yeah, man. Like, why not?
I see. Ryuki will be returned to the original world.
And now you will play another 42 hours of game.
With the knowledge of these past few days, and what will happen 6 years from now. As a result, history will change. Not even I know if this will bring you true happiness.
Yeah, but you reached moksha, and isn't that what really matters or whatever?
I will respect your decision. Be seeing you until we meet again.
Hey, anything we can do to prevent the actual ending of this game from happening seems like a plus.
Goodbye, Freyr.
Bye, Tokiko! May the force be with you! Yeah, I mean, I saw that coming. Obviously. Okay, bye! Get TC-PERGed! Hey, not for nothing, but did your boss just ascend into another plane of enlightenment?
Ryuki, are you okay?
What about Tokiko?
I have no idea.
Delusion says, imagine if you could tell past you 6 years ago what happens to you today. What would you say? Castle R's response is, I'd tell them a good way to save $60. which is clearly not to buy this game, if I'm understanding correctly. Savage burn.
I was out cold.
Mamoru, where's Tokiko?
Huh. She was just here earlier.
I guess she achieved moksha or whatever. She said that might happen. She's kind of prepared for most eventualities. I explained to Tama how I met Tokiko outside the president's office. So Tama is...
Are you stupid or something? It's just one of your typical episodes.
So cool.
Episodes.
Yeah, your hallucinations? I think you need to get some sleep.
Car transition? All this happened, more or less. 6 years later. Alright, so we're shortcutting. We're not gonna actually replay the whole game, I guess.
It's cold.
There must be some Tauros in the atmosphere. I hear that happens from time to time.
Mr. Date.
About the HB case.
What, is the cold getting to your brain or something? You solved the HB case 6 years ago. You found Terror, Uruso Mizuki, in the basement of Horodori Institute. I bet he's in his holding cell right now, cursing your name.
Cool. So that implies that he was never killed by Amame, so she didn't go to prison, and also he wouldn't have had an opportunity to kidnap Kizuna and paralyze her. So like that's mostly what I was looking for from the nil number.
The case is still in the courts, but there's no doubt he's gonna get hit hard with the sentencing. No one but him knows the whole story, but he definitely cut Jin and Chikara in half.
No, but that does mean Komeiji made it out alive too. What you doing here?
I'm here to investigate a case.
A case?
Guess I've got to tell you everything now.
It's the 1/3 body killer.
6 years ago, you solved the HB case and got promoted.
What does it mean to get promoted in Abyss?
Now you're second in command at Abyss.
Alright, that's a little stupid.
You're always at your desk now, so you don't really know what it's like out there anymore.
Okay, I guess that's all the information we get about that. What about Tokiko?
Huh? Why are you asking about Tokiko?
I'm not asking about Tokiko.
She disappeared 6 years ago. She's been missing. Anyway, I'm gonna get going now. See ya.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Ryuki.
Ugh, speaking of cursing names.
Komeiji.
Long time no see, Ryuki.
Shoma.
You're alive.
What do you mean?
What I mean is you sort of look like Frankenstein's monster, and it's roughly what you shout when you see Frankenstein's monster, like, get up and walk around like it's people.
I'm not a ghost. See, my legs are right here.
Well, they are short.
To think, my only son insulting me like this.
Oh god, he's gonna do one of those weird chants, isn't he?
You should consider yourself lucky I don't have a short temper.
No. Is Tama gonna laugh? Komeiji, you exist in this world! Yeah, I mean, he is definitely like a Frankenstein's monster.
That's an odd way of phrasing it.
It is, regardless of the situation.
Though, it's true I was removed from the world outside. Because 6 years ago you opened the freezer at Brahmin, Mr. Ryuki. I got sent to prison for illegally disposing of a dead body.
Wait, that doesn't seem to track. Wouldn't he have found that later in the timeline than, like, the second day of the investigation?
But I finished my sentence long ago. Now I work at a tofu factory, and I still do my comedy act on the side.
It's a tragedy. It's a real shame. Just a tragedy.
Boy, now that I look back on it, what was I thinking?
Yeah, it was an extremely bad idea.
The alcohol's no excuse.
No.
I caused so much trouble for Shoma and Amame.
Yeah.
I'm actually glad you arrested me back then. If I was never caught, things might have turned out worse. I can only thank you.
That's a weird perspective to have, not having played the video game. Okay, great. We're done with him. Hey, Shoma, why are you
I
here?
was just on a walk with Dad. It feels good walking in snow, you know?
Sure.
Oh, don't worry about my body.
I really
I
wasn't.
can't really put it into words, but I think I've come to accept it. It's not like a disease or something, and it doesn't cause me any pain. Plus, I don't think I've completely stopped aging. I'm growing a little bit. Maybe I'll live to be 600 years old.
You're gonna be like a vampire and you're gonna hate
If you
it.
really think hard about it, it is pretty crazy.
I mean, accurate.
It's pretty crazy without thinking hard about it.
Also accurate. Perhaps more accurate. We done here, guys?
Excuse ourselves.
Does that mean you're gonna pee in the fountain?
Bye, Ryuki.
I don't know why we needed to fade to black for that. Are we playing Untold Legends Dark Kingdom?
Dad! Shoma!
Oh, Gen is also.
Darn. It was a step too late.
They're probably still, like, right there.
I
It's
was
fine.
gonna ask what they wanted to eat for dinner.
Mame. And again.
I didn't think I would meet my savior here.
I have questions, but I almost feel like asking them is, in and of itself,
Today
sacrilegious.
is going to be a good day.
Savior?
Are you serious? I'm talking about 6 years ago. You covered up what I did with Jin's left half. Not too long after we moved the body to the freezer, you found it there. Mame and I didn't even get a slap on the wrist.
Right. Komeiji was the only one convicted of disposing of the corpse.
I definitely approve of that occurrence.
He never mentioned Mame's name during the trial.
Hey, Mommy.
Huh? What is it? You look like you've seen a ghost.
It's nice to see happy Amame. She's put through so much in this game. We mostly saw, like, Amame experiencing my day-to-day emotional experience, which, like, is not great. I don't recommend
More
it.
like I've seen a killer.
Are you talking about Amame?
Why would he say that? Why would he say that?
Well, she did slice it right down the middle. The lobster we got at the store.
No.
Because you asked me to, Genny.
Oh my god. We've been here before.
Ryuki, in this timeline, Amame didn't kill anyone. As you saw earlier, Komeiji is alive and well. There is no reason for Amame to kill Terror. Not to mention Terror himself, Urusu Mizuki, has been in prison for the last 6 years. Well, just to get this out there, I don't completely believe in this other timeline thing you're talking about.
If that's true, then why did you just explain a distinction between the timeline prime of the game and this timeline?
I'm just humoring you.
Well, we're gonna get going. Ryuki, come by the restaurant soon.
I'll be waiting at Brahmin, too. Bye for now.
If Uru was Terror, who is Dahlia Boat?
Hey there, Mr.
Dahlia Boat could be
Ryuki.
anyone, even Dahlia Boat. She's wearing the sweater, but she's not in the wheelchair.
Kizuna.
Huh?
Why are you so shocked, Ryuki? Did Kizzy's beauty startle you?
Let's go with that, even though that's probably not something that's a weird thing.
My legs?
Your legs!
Hey, why are you looking at Kizzy's legs?
Reasonable
Don't get any
response.
ideas, man.
No, that's not it.
If what you said is true, Ryuki, 6 years ago, on February 15th, an explosion destroyed the cathedral. But in this timeline, that obviously never happened.
Kizuna is standing, but is a receptionist behind the desk. Why are you
Wow.
here?
Well, this place is special for me and Kizzy.
So we went on a date.
A date, huh? You two seem happy.
I think she said a date. Was I mistaken?
Hell yeah.
I am very thankful.
Okay, we're gonna go pee in the fountain.
By the way, Ryuki,
Oh?
I saw Mizuki in courts earlier. I think they're looking for you.
Oh, Sarah, correct me. There's a pair of giant breasts behind the desk that you know, now that I'm thinking of it, I think you're correct about that.
For me?
They had a message for you.
Was it the coordinates to a stadium?
They wanted you to meet them somewhere.
Is it at the stadium?
It's nearby.
Yes, the stadium.
Oh, it is the stadium. That might as well happen. But who's gonna sing Happy Birthday to Tokiko in this timeline? Aiba?
Huh? What about Aiba?
I am right here, in Mizuki's left eye socket.
But the explanation in this timeline is because she still became an Abyss agent, and this game posits that in order to be an Abyss agent, it is mandatory to have your left eye removed and replaced with an AI ball.
Once I decided to join Abyss, I got my left eye removed.
Point to Vasco.
An eye was installed there.
So Mr. Date doesn't have you?
I go back sometimes.
Like having two lovers.
That's so gross. They're sort of father and daughter. I just hate it.
Please do not make it weird.
You're just that popular.
Yeah, you have a way of attracting all the weirdos.
Who are you calling a weirdo?
Nico says maybe that's the song of this route. How incredible would that be? Just a really elaborate number to, like, Tokiko creepily singing Happy Birthday? Fantastic. Mizuki is standing there. I heard you were looking for me.
Oh, yes. We wanted to ask you something. Does seeing the stadium evoke any emotions?
Like what?
I feel like we fought together here today on February 15th.
It's an extremely specific feeling to
I
have.
think you were there too, Ryuki, so I thought you might know something.
Hey, Tama. Is it really okay to leave things like this?
Yeah, probably.
What do you mean? Komeiji is alive, Kizuna still has her legs, Mommy didn't kill anyone, and she's living her best life. Isn't this the ultimate happy ending?
Yeah, that's all true, but...
You're gonna complain that it's not real and it's a simulation or something along those lines? Oh, hey, look, it's my friend Tokiko, who's fine.
The boundary that divides the real and unreal is ambiguous.
It's your birthday. Happy birthday, Tokiko.
It's all like a butterfly dream.
I don't know what that means.
Perhaps you are that butterfly.
Aw, thanks.
Fluttering as the wind carries you through the air.
I'm just gonna act like that's a compliment or something. Dance number? They zoomed out just so she could do the hand sign. Anyone else see that, or just me? GG? The third-class cabin has been unlocked in bonus. Oh, we also got the, like, glitched text ending. That's good. That's how that should be. What is it? Oh, I see it. Connects... Yeah, alright. It's another time. That's fine. No, that's fine. We need to have a save. It's fine. Yeah, we got. Let's see what that bonus is. I don't know how stupid it is. Oh shoot, that was just me? Awkward. Hello? Hey game? Hey game, how's it going? I hear that main title song. Not seeing that main title screen. You have to, hold on. You have to do that thing where, like, I bring up the... So, like, I go back to the main page and I, like, scroll around and then I go back and then it works. It didn't work. It didn't work. It might need a minute, but it didn't work. It's problematic. Because I wasn't able... Well, actually, hang on. If the bonus is unlocked, the way the game works, it should be unlocked even if I hard close the game, right? I think that's true. Alright. Oh, hang on. Doing it a second time worked. Yeah, the warp and the weft or whatever. Alright, bonus. Oh. Have some of my hard-earned balls.
Hurry and check it out. Come on.
Oh. It's pretty late. Is this long? How long? Someone who's probably done this. Tell me if this is long. That's a funny joke, but like for real, it's like 10 o'clock. I don't want to do something that's gonna be like an hour. Okay, not long. Somnium was only 6 minutes, obviously. Does it start with Pewter telling me that? A loud noise startled Iva awake and her eyes snapped open.
What the?
As they adjusted to the light, she realized that she didn't recognize her surroundings. Uh-huh. With a crack, Iva's head connected with something metal. She rolled over and threw her hand to steady herself, but she found herself groping at empty air.
Whoa!
Her balance lost, her still fuzzy mind struggling to understand what was going on, Iva tumbled down to the cold gray floor.
Ouch! God damn it!
I love how that's written. And also acted. She looked above her with an angry scowl. She finally understood where she fell from. A three-bed bunk bed. She fell from the top bunk.
Pretty far. That really hurt.
Her shoulders, knees, and back were in pain, but her head got the worst of it.
My eyesight's kind of blurry. Must have hit my head. No, wait. That's not it.
I'm glad that they let her do this. There's a vibration coming from the floor. The whole room was shaking.
But it's shaking too fast for that.
Iva didn't know what could be causing it. Iva brushed her body off and stood. She slowly looked around. And she whispered.
Where am I?
Iva stood in a room so unfamiliar to her it nearly made her forget the pain in her body, or the pain that she felt in that dream she woke up from. Eventually, the shaking subsided.
Wait, it stopped?
Strange silence started to fill the room. In the distance, the sound of metal.
What's that sound?
Iva looked about the room. An antique stove. A three-bed bunk bed with thin mattresses. There was another set of beds on the other side of the room. On the wall was a slightly rusted iron door. It stood as firm and cold as a stone monument. The first thing that caught her attention was the writing. There was a number written on the door with bright red paint. It's not bright red, that's not what that means, but accurate.
5? What's this 5 mean?
You'll figure it out eventually. She stared at the number and slowly approached. She tried shaking the L-shaped handle on the door.
It won't open.
Pushing and pulling did nothing. Beside the door was a device that appeared to be some kind of card reader.
This? Is this keeping the door shut?
Iva closed her right hand and pounded on the metal door.
Hey! Hello? Is anyone there? Open the door!
No response. She lifted her left hand. At that moment, she noticed something peculiar.
What the hell is this?
She couldn't keep the question inside. On her left wrist was a bracelet totally alien to her, actually rendered on her electric shrimp arm. A digital number was displayed in the center.
Watch? It doesn't look like one.
A broken digital watch is right twice a day if it has a single number on it. It couldn't be, of course. There was only one number
5.
displayed.
That's the same as the door.
Not that she knew what that meant. Aiba was confused, but decided her first course of action should be to take the bracelet off. She turned her wrist as if taking off a watch.
How do I take this off?
There were no clasps on either side of the bracelet. She turned her wrist the other way. She noticed the protrusions coming out from each side of the display.
Maybe pushing something on this will work?
Not like that. She pressed it, but nothing happened. The digital face did not change at all.
Damn. I guess I'll have to force it off.
Aiba tried to remove the bracelet by force. But...
No good. This stupid thing won't come off.
the metal bracelet was tight around her wrist.
What the hell is the deal with this thing?
She let out a frustrated scream. The situation made no sense to her. Her health felt like it was going to explode.
Where am I? And why the hell am I here? Why? What the hell happened to me? My head.
The white gas. A sharp pain in her head caused her to lift her vision.
Oh.
She discovered a window opposite to the door. It was similar in style to those found on ships.
Hold on. Am I on a ship?
She slowly walked up to the window. Outside was pitch darkness.
Can't see anything. If only it wasn't so dark outside.
She squinted into the dark. In the next moment...
Huh? What the hell is going on here?
Whoops. Nope, she's not afraid of getting wet. The window shattered. Water started pouring into the room.
God damn it!
Aiba shouted and turned around. She charged to the door.
Hey! Anyone! Is anyone there? Come on! If you're there, say something!
No answer. The water was rising quickly. It sloshed around her knees.
It's not stopping. Not good. Not good at all. I need to find a way out. And fast.
Aiba wiped sweat from her brow and looked around the room. Very good. 6 minutes, 1 person, 5 door. Upon waking up, Aiba realizes she's on a strange ship. Solve the mysteries and escape from the third-class cabin. Seek a way out. I'll be honest, it's been a minute since I've done this, so I'll probably have to do it from scratch. Can't bring myself to call this a bed. Feels like a board with a sheet on it. It's pretty flat. Piece of paper under the pillow.
A note under the pillow.
Obtain information. Memo from Ben. On it is a blue shape and a red shape. Below is an arrow pointing right. Pointing to something red and something blue. Obtain item. Items obtained can be checked from the clue list. How about this photo? Why would I sync it? A corkboard with a note on it.
The note on the bulletin board.
There are red and blue triangles on the note. Below is a right-facing arrow, pointing to something red and something blue. There's a picture frame on the shelf. An old picture frame. There's a picture of a ship on it. There's screws keeping the back on, like every escape room that's ever existed. Pot and stove. Top of the stove was a faded pot. Now, let's see if there's anything in here. Looks like there is. A key? This key's pretty small. Definitely not for a door. What's it for, then? The key is blue. Is it supposed to open something else blue? Is this supposed to be from a different game? No, Ditto, no. This is... We're just doing this for fun. Don't worry about this. Well, it opens easily enough. Sure wish the door to get out of here was easy to open. A screwdriver, huh? Wonder why that's there. A normal screwdriver. Doesn't seem to be anything special about it. Well, the screwdriver got those screws off easily enough, and here's the picture. A photo of a ship, and it looks like an old cruise ship. So they couldn't put the interface for interacting with inventory items together, so it just automatically removes the screws. That's interesting. On the back of the photo were 10 symbols and numbers. Picture of an old cruise liner. The symbols were all the same shape. The top row was empty and the bottom row was filled out. What does this mean? I don't think this is anything, is it? Oh, no, it is. Small red key is for opening something
I should
red.
probably hold on to this key.
Abba tries to leave, but something stops her. The person in the mirror was not herself.
What's up with my face?
She whispered to
I look
herself.
like a zombie.
I thought she was complaining about the art style. What
Man,
happened?
What the hell happened to me?
This is good.
How did I end up here? I was solving a case. I synced, and...
That sounds right.
And...
At that moment, a memory came back. It was the last memory before Iba woke up in the room. Wait, what are we gonna do here? She got home a little past 12. Iba ran up the stairs to open the door to her room, room 201. Iba's home, a modest studio apartment, one that 63,000 yen in rent could buy. She first moved into the studio when she started college. It had been 3 years and 7 months since then.
Not like anyone will respond.
Who's there to say welcome home? As she entered the room, she pressed the switch on the wall. The ceiling lights flickered and emitted a dull white light.
Work was rough today.
She was familiar with the scene in front of her. In the corner of the room were magazines and dust-covered college textbooks. CD cases scattered around, jeans and t-shirts left on the floor. Clearly, this happened, not super recently, or she really likes CDs. But this time something was different.
A breeze?
The night wind made the white lace curtains waver, carrying the scent of deep autumn.
That's weird. Did I leave that open?
Confused, she slowly crept up to the window. It was open on one side. She stuck her head out to check.
Everything looks okay. I must have forgotten to close it.
The room is still filling with water. Don't forget this. Iba closed the window. When suddenly... Oh dear. She turned to face a specter of a man dressed in black. He wore a hood and a gas mask that concealed his face. Who were... She tried to scream, but no sound came out.
I can't.
Iba fell to the floor with a thud. She saw white smoke pool around her, smoke emanating from what looked like a grenade. Everything was going white. Why's it gotta be white? Even the thoughts inside her head were going white.
Consider this a privilege. You have been chosen.
A voice rang in her ears. It sounded scratchy, noisy, a distant hissing
You are
growl.
going to participate in a game. The nonary game.
Oh, the nonary game. That's a name I've heard before.
It is a game where you will put your life on the line.
That was her last memory before waking up. Iva's consciousness melted into the white fog.
That's right. That guy with the gas mask. That son of a bitch must have taken me here.
Iva clenched her teeth and tried to remember how the man
Well,
looked.
I guess there's no way to know if that was a man or not.
Yeah, a little tricky, huh? His voice was definitely modulated by something, and his body was cloaked and concealed.
Who was that? It said, "You have been chosen."
Mm-hmm. Iva didn't have a clue what that
What the
meant,
hell is going on? Why me?
but the memory lingers.
You are going to participate in a game. The nonary game. It is a game where you will put your life on the line.
That's not a very enticing proposition,
Nonary
frankly.
game, huh?
What the hell is a nonary game? God damn it!
That one clearly doesn't match her as well. Iva punched the mirror. Great, that was 9 seconds, I'll have you know. That's like a wink sync. I don't think this does anything. Water's pouring into the room without a pause. It crashes through the window like a waterfall. Plugging up the window won't halt the flow of water. The only way to save myself is to get out of the room. I need to seek a way out. Sure do. I sure do need to seek a way out. Alright, hold on a second. Clue list. Memo from bed. Gonna have to solve this. I don't have 2 screens to help me. Well, I guess I sort of do, but not the way I'm supposed to. Where? You know what? I think I'm gonna have to do this manually, and it's gonna be a little bit annoying. Picture of an old cruise liner. So that's 02. And then filled in top left or top right empty square. So 8 5. That's from the bed memo, which is blue to red? Yeah, blue to red. And then the other one is from, how do you call it? Bulletin board? And that goes red to blue. And if we look at that one, building top left, empty bottom right. Building bottom left, empty top right. Probably not going to remember that. Building top left, empty bottom right. This one. And top left is 7, empty bottom right is 4, and then the other ones were opposite, but it was... Nah, I'm just gonna check it. Building bottom left, then top right. So that's 6, 3. Found the key. Alright, stick the red key in. It's not opening. It's not doing anything at all. Alright, take that back. I guess I can move the dial now. Looks like I'm gonna have to put in the right numbers and turn the key. I do that, the thing should pop open. Alright, hold on. So, we need 7, 4, because those numbers were the left ones in red from one note, and then 8, 5, which were the red ones from the right side of the other note.
All right, it's unlocked.
Hey, cool, I got a stack of key cards. That's fun. There's a number written on each card. 1, 2, 3. God, I hope those will lead me to the Horodori Institute Underground. Now I have to do the other thing, the opposite of what I just did, which looks like 0, 2, 6, 3. Ah. After setting the number and turning the key, the sound of the lock opening rings out.
Yes, it opened.
Looks like there's something in here. What is this, a file? Inside the file was a piece of paper. Digital root. Let's see here. Compute a digital root with the following steps. First, add all the numbers in question to one another. If you end up with something greater than a single-digit number, add the digits together. For instance, if you have a double-digit number, add the number in the tens place and the ones place. Keep adding digits in this manner until you have a single-digit answer. That final single digit is your digital root. Example, the digital root of 6, 7, 8 would be 6 plus 7 plus 8 equals 21. Then you add 2 plus 1 to get 3 as the digital root. Therefore, the digital root of 6, 7, 8 is 3. Example, digital root of 1, 2, 3, 4 would be 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 equals 10. Then add 1 and 0 to get digital root of 1. Henceforth, the digital root of 1, 2, 3, 4 is 1.
I see. So I just keep adding numbers until I get a single-digit number.
Looks like there's something on the back of this thing. A stack of key cards. There's a number written on each card. 6, 7, 8. Does this mean something? Door 5.
5.
What's the meaning of this number? On the side of the device is a small gap, the card that I obtained earlier. Maybe you slide the card in there. There's a lever on the device. Maybe if I lower this? Lowered the lever, but all it did was emit a strange sound. The lamp is still red and the display didn't change. There aren't any more cards in here. I've only got one other hint.
The files.
That file said something about a digital root?
Digital root. The digital root, huh?
What am I supposed to do with... There's 5 on that door.
Do I have to get a digital root of 5?
Not really sure about this. Well, whatever, it's worth a shot.
Let's see if this works. I'll just slide the cards that give me the digital root of 5 through the reader.
But where's my calculator that tells me the digital roots of things? I'm a little out of practice here. Guess I want... Yeah, 871? No, that's not right. I want 14, not 16. So... 7, 6... Yeah, 7, 6... Determination, she lowered the lever, which resulted in a different sound from before. That sound. Did it open? The red lamp is green. It must have worked. That was the last obstacle. Escape! Let me guess. You found it? I found it. You found it! There's a trophy for that. Stupid. You found it as a good trophy. The bracelet has been unlocked in the bonus menu. I assume that's a outfit thing? Okay, great. It's weird. It's almost like I was familiar enough with it that I was able to do that pretty quickly. I don't know how I could explain that, though. Actually, I know exactly how I can explain that. Must be some sort of frayed reality situation. I've heard that those can sometimes alter reality as we understand it. That was fun. Someday, you all might experience deja vu. Perhaps. Someday. But don't worry about that. It's not important. What is important is that now is the time to try and locate the secret Squirtle. Because somewhere on the couch behind me, I've hidden a Squirtle. However, if you can see a Squirtle, even if it's just a little bit like this guy here, that one's not a secret. You all can consider that while I address Devilish's question. Did this bump up the game at all? No. I mean, it's a cool thing that they did, but they could have just done it separately. It's not really part of the game, right? Like, it's not part of the story of Somnium Files. It's an Easter egg that, you know, improves the value of the game in terms of, like, its price tag, I guess. But it doesn't change the fact that the game is what it is. Overall thoughts on Nirvana Initiative. What an excellent question. Let me refer back to something that I said earlier in the stream that I think is really poignant in regards to that question. I think Castle Arg asked me the question that prompted me to give this response, which, if you'll recall, was... I mean, look, I'll grant you that the Freyr ending justifies the game a little bit. But, like, mostly just because it nullifies how absolutely bonkers, asinine, stupid the actual ending of the game is. And, like, it's trying to ask these really, like, poignant questions without actually really understanding anything. And, like, even simple, like, philosophical questions about, like, the ethicality or the morality of what Amame did are just, like, set by the wayside and she's treated like a villain. Like, there's ways that you could handle that situation to make it interesting, but the game just decides that she's the villain, I guess, to give you an impetus to, like, work your way all the way through to the true question mark ending. But, like, let's be honest, like, the bulk of the work of this game went into making the actual ending, the not Freyr ending, and that ending just sucks, man. It just sucks. There's, like, so many stupid things. Like, the whole plot twist, there's a way that you can make that story, tell that story, and have it be really interesting, but it requires so much more groundwork than this game was willing to create or provide. So instead of creating a really interesting game, it's almost like a pitch for a better game. Is that you play through this sort of, like, half-finished demo of what the Somniums should be like, and then at a certain point it's like, okay, now hear me out. I didn't finish making this game, but what if it was the case that things were happening simultaneously, even though it seemed like they weren't, because the game pretty much explicitly tells you that's the case? Wouldn't that make for a really cool game? No, I don't know how to make it, and I'm unwilling to do it, but wouldn't it be cool if someone did do that? That's more or less what we get. So the Stanley Parable. Not only do I agree with that, I'm actually surprised there's another person willing to say that, because, like, everyone really loves the Stanley Parable, and while I don't, like, hate it, I've never understood why people were so excited about it. Isn't that the VLR ending where Kaname tells us there's a good sequel? Yes! Mm-hmm, Castle Arg. It's called Another Time. I've made reference to it a couple of times. Another Time is one of the most disappointing things in all of existence. Yeah, like, there's no... Yeah, Neko says, there's no reason for the Mizukis to know each other in the Frere ending. Yeah, I guess at some point Boss realizes that it's fine now or something. Look, just... If there's one thing I've learned from this game, it's that trying to understand this game will only make you dumber. Which is why at a certain point, I feel like I just disengaged with it, which you may or may not have noticed. Jeez, good grief. I mean, yeah, I've talked a great deal about the specifics of this game, and I don't feel like there's any real need to go into more specifics. I feel like at a certain point this game is almost swallowed up by the gravity of its own plot holes, and we just barely eked across the finish line with one of the most baffling and, like, tonally inconsistent and, like, cartoonish resolutions with all the rocket ships and the thermite bomb and all of that. Just all of that. Just all of that. How does this compare to the other game? It's really apples and oranges. Somnium Files 1 is a really interesting story told poorly, populated by bad characters. Nirvana Initiative is an ambitious story that's not really told at all, populated by mostly interesting characters, and it just sort of ends when it runs out of time. Yeah, the stadium fight, like, not only was dumb, but also too long. Both of those things made the other one worse. That's what we call a gestalt. Yeah. Yeah. I have an idea of what to play next week. Something I've been planning to play this entire year, but Somnium Files sort of got me, you know, playing Somnium Files for a really long time. At some point, probably before the end of the year, we're going to pick back up with Murder by Numbers, but I think before we do that, we're going to talk a little bit about some spooky Halloween stuff. I'm not actually aware of a ton coming out this year, or at least before Halloween this year. I know that the next Dark Pictures anthology game is coming out this year, but I looked it up, and apparently it's slated for a November 22nd release date, so that doesn't work. You all will have to tell me without spoilers if Stray is spooky enough to be a Halloween game, because I thought about it, but I didn't really want to look into it, because I know it's already kind of a short game. It looks kind of atmospheric, but I don't know if it's, like, suitably spooky. But yeah, that's a future conversation. I'll do my best to be active on the Discord, because I have a couple things I want to discuss this week. But for now, let's get back to that Squirtle conundrum that I posed to you all earlier. I did that thing again where I don't... Let me see if I can find it. Secret Squirtle under Spider-Man. Secret Squirtle under Dr. Cinderagon. Oh, I don't think I missed any others. Any others? Any others? Strays and Spooky. Alright, well, then we're gonna have to work together, you and I, chat, because I don't see a lot coming. The Quarry. I feel like I've heard of the Quarry. Oh, Zacula, I am afraid you are just not in time. We are still streaming, but we're right about to end, and not only that, but we finished this game. All the VODs will be available. You can spend so many hours of your life finding out what I think of this game. And that's that. Sorry about the timing, Zacula, but it's okay. I plan to try and play something that won't upset me so much. Soon. Very soon. Let's see about that Secret Squirtle, shall we? I see those additional guesses of Lorenzo and Behind Winnie the Pooh, which shockingly are actually quite similar to those first two guesses. I think the first guess I saw was Tiny Spider-Man, under Tiny Spider-Man, and someone had guessed Behind Winnie the Pooh. And as you will observe, there is a concerned loaf of bread there. Can I scoop them up enough that you can see that face? It's fine. Everything's falling apart. It's fine. He looks like this. He's very concerned. He's been watching the whole game and he's not thrilled with it. Not good to sit. No, you don't, because that doesn't work. Okay. Then I think the second guess I saw was by Dr. Cinderagon, and someone had followed up by guessing behind our newest companion, Lorenzo the Lobster. And actually, that is, in fact, a location. The secret portal, look at that. Yeah, we feel you, Loaf. In Loaf, we feel. So yeah, congratulations. I believe my mom guessed behind, or by Cinderagon, and then Sarah had guessed by Lorenzo. And there you go. All these things together are true. It's been a blast. I've really appreciated having the ability to play through this game with you. I think it made this game a lot more tolerable than it would have been to play it by myself. I think I would have descended into a dark spiral. And I'm not saying that I didn't do that at any point, but I am saying that we've completed this game, and it can't hurt us anymore. And I have a list of sound clips to try and get at some point when I have more time than I do now. But for now, it's getting late, and I got stuff to do tomorrow. So, I'll leave you with this. As always, thank you for being here. Thanks for being you, and I hope to see you again soon. I'll be streaming next Friday at 6 p.m. Pacific, which is also known as 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Why do I mention that? No. But it's true. Like so many other things. Hopefully I'll see you then, but either way, look forward to seeing you again, and in the meantime, take care, and have a good one, everybody.